Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come once again for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come once again for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy.
A very good morning to everyone joining with us from all around the globe as you're joining me the live broadcast of New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. You're joining me the live broadcast of the first ODI in this 3-match series which belongs to the ICC Women's Championship 2023-2025. As a kind reminder to all of you, as we kickstart this tour, you can catch the live action on the Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, the Papare.com, Dialog Television Channel number 126, and the Dialog View app. This series, it means quite a lot to both the teams as Sri Lanka are currently not in a very good place in the Women's Championship standings, and New Zealand to cement their players on the top 3. This is a very important series for them as well. And as I say, a very good morning to my fellow commentator, Haritha Pereira.
Thank you very much, Laksisi. Good morning to you and good morning, everybody. Not the best of news. The toss delayed. There is a lot of blue skies in front of us, but just about half an hour ago there was a heavy downpour, and that explains for a lot of water on the covers. A little bit of it has seeped out of the covers into the surrounding ground area. So there is a lot of work for the ground staff to do to prepare this venue for start of play, which I wouldn't think would come very early. But having said that, the forecast for the day later today is a much better one, much calmer seas. Some time ago it was a lot difficult and lot different from this. The historic city of Galle, the Galle International Cricket Stadium, has seen a lot of cricket since 1998 into internationals. And by the way, Sri Lanka and New Zealand played the first test match here. This is the story at the moment as we come live to you from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. A lot of hope for the two teams, especially as the home team prepares to cement their position into this ICC Women's Championship from the latter half, from the danger area. And unlike the visitors who are very much in control, there's a lot of opportunity for the young Sri Lankan lasses in particular against the much experienced team from down under to gather and play in familiar surroundings.
So, rightly as Haritha said, this series means a lot to both the teams as only the top 6 teams will qualify directly to the World Cup, and this is the head-to-head tally between the two teams, and in all the 10 games, New Zealand, they have won all the games. That's 100% record for them. So Sri Lanka, they need to get their act straight in this series to register that first ever win against New Zealand.
This is only the second bilateral series between the two teams. The first was played in New Zealand. So it's an important aspect for the Sri Lanka ladies too. The match referee Vanessa Bowen De Silva, together with the on-field umpires Gamini Disanayaka and Nimali Pereira, were out a while ago, but nothing constructive coming out of it.
And as you know, this is the first ever bilateral tour of New Zealand to Sri Lanka, and here are the fixtures of this tour. The first 3, the ODIs, will take place here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. The first one happening today, the second one on the 30th of June, and the third one on the 3rd of July. And then we shift to Colombo for the T20 series at the P. Sarah Oval. The first game taking place on the 8th of July, then on the 10th and on the 12th. So 6 games are available here, 350 over games and 3 T20 games. So it will be interesting to see what the Sri Lankan side can do against a top-ranked side.
2 other senior players from New Zealand are not making the trip, one for family reasons, the other having been nominated for the tour and then picking up an injury just before they left the country. But for the Sri Lankans, like the New Zealanders, there are a lot of very young players with very little experience. So this series in particular will be very important for those particular young players to play alongside some of the top names in world women's cricket. And the Sri Lankan captain ranks very high up there as a batter in that aspect too. But when you take the experience of the New Zealand senior players, they have done very well right around the world.
Yes, indeed, Haritha. And as you said, it's a very good chance for the upcoming players of New Zealand to make a mark for themselves, because the senior players, they won't be there for many more years. So it's their opportunity to grab and make a name for themselves, to cement their place in that side in the upcoming tours of New Zealand.
Godfrey Brabarera is in charge of the facility here, so the ground staff has just come out and they are trying to work in the ground situation.
So this is the current points table of the ICC Women's Championship. India taking the first place. They have an unbeaten record. They have played 6 and won 6. And Pakistan in second place with 5 wins in 9 games. They have 10 points. New Zealand third place, they have won 3. They have lost only 1 and 2 games have ended as a no result. And Australia, they have played only 3. They have won all the 3 games, but they only have 6 points because they have played just 3 games. And England, they have played 6 and they have won 3 and lost 3 and they have 6 points. South Africa, once again, just 3 games and they are unbeaten. They have won all 3 games. And then at 7th place, we have Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka have played 9 games. They have won only 2. They have lost 5 and 2 games ended as a no result in the most recent Bangladesh series. And West Indies, just like Sri Lanka, struggling at the 8th place. They have played 7 games. They have won only 2. They have lost 5. They have 4 points. And Bangladesh yet to register a win. They have played 6. They have lost 2. 4 have ended as a no result. So they have 2 points because of the 2 no results, because of the 4 no results. And Ireland, they have played 7 and they have lost all their games. So another reminder to all of you, only the top 6 teams will automatically qualify for the Women's World Cup.
That is going to be a difficult task for the Sri Lankans. Not improbable though. They would want to do very well upcoming series, especially with Ireland. That's an away series, although the European team have done well in their last game. So all those matters later on. It's just on this series, the focus on the team to do well. There's a lot of water. There's a lot of technicalities in taking the water out without damaging the surroundings. Already a lot of water has seeped out into the area just beyond the 30-yard circle. So it will have to be a delicate task. It will take a lot of skill. And this ground staff, they are very skilled, all right. So let's find out how they get about. They are now moving around. A lot of them, Sri Lanka Cricket would want to make sure that the best possible venue is made available for the 2 teams. New Zealand have come here with a clear purpose to accumulate points. Sri Lanka on their part will do everything possible to make sure that they come up with a winning formula at whatever opportunity.
Yes, as you said, Haritha, Sri Lanka Cricket, they have one of the most efficient ground staffs available in the world. So it will be interesting to see what they can do here and how early we can start this game. So let's see what kind of a news we will have in the upcoming hour or so.
Yeah, at the 2004 tsunami, this place was full of water. Not that much of water, but there's a fair amount of water. All right.
This is the Sri Lanka squad for this 3-match ODI series. Skipper Chamari Atapattu, the youngster Vishmi Gunaratne, Hashida Samaravikrama, Nilakshi De Silva, Kavisha Dilhari, Anushka Sanjeevani, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Kavya Kavindi, Sugandhika Kumari, Inoka Ranavira, Udeshika Prabodhini, Hansima Karunaratne, Inoshi Fernando, Imasha Dulani, and Hasini Pereira. That's the Sri Lankan squad.
Yeah, Hasini Pereira's birthday today. She wants to get out there and play and give her team a lot to celebrate. Not mentioning her celebration in that matter. The historic area, the Galle Bay.
And the touring New Zealand team, Sophie Devine, the skipper, Susie Bates, Bernadine Besundhood, Eden Carson, Izzy Gaze, Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday, Fran Jonas, Amelia Kerr, Leigh Kasperg, Rosemary Mayer, Molly Penfold, Georgia Plima, Hannah Rowe, and Leah Tahuhu. So that's a very strong squad, and they also have a very good mixture of experience and youth.
And some of them have been clear match winners wherever they have played, and most of them have played in England, Australia, and India, to name a few. So they are a very experienced outfit. A few of them are making a comeback in the absence of two of their senior players not making this trip.
Yes, and it will be very interesting to see how the Sri Lankans cope up with that experienced, very strong New Zealand side. So even when it comes to the Sri Lankan side, we have seen players like Harshila Samarekama, Nilashi De Silva putting their hands up in the most recent games, because earlier there was a time when it was all about Samaria, about the performing, but in the last few games you have seen other players putting their hands up, and as you can see, the ground staff, they are busy at their work. They want this game to begin as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think the likes of Anushka Sanjeevani, Hasini Pereira, and for that matter Oshadi Ranasinghe, they are all capable. They have played very good cricket. They are very experienced. They've been in the setup for a long time. It's just a matter of them clicking together as a team. That is what is important, Laksisi, and it's much improved. This is the standby umpire Dedunu De Silva. The weather, the sunlight, that's a very encouraging sight for all cricket lovers.
And as you said, Haritha, there are so many names which have seen for so long now in the Sri Lankan side. So now it's time for them to put their hands up and pay back to the faith that the Sri Lankan selectors have shown on those players. So at the moment, the toss has been delayed due to the wet outfield because we had a consistent rain from the morning. But right now the sun is out and the ground staff, they are busy at their work. So hopefully we will have a positive news coming to you in the coming hour or so. So until then, make sure to stay tuned to the Papare.com. We'll be back with an update to you after this short commercial break.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come once again for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come once again for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kogo has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is what we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Koko has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
The ABR Pay News Cup Sri Lanka versus India Women's ODI Series.
And it's heads. Congratulations, Chamari. You won the toss. What are you going to do?
I just bat my batting lineup because we have good batting lineup. So yeah, I'm stick with our plan. So we decide bat first.
It's a good toss to win, I believe, for Chamari Atapattu. Just one important change to the Sri Lankan 11 that played that final T20. Rashmi De Silva making her debut for Sri Lanka here. For India, Meghna Singh, Harleen Deol and Rajeshwari Gaikwad coming in. Simran Bahadur, Sabineni Meghana and Radha Yadav missing out from that last T20 in Dambulla.
And that's in the gap. The outfield is relatively fast here, and that's the first boundary just in the second delivery of the match for Hasini Pereira. And that's powerfully driven by Hasini Pereira, and that's the second boundary of the first over. Taking her time here. And that's the first wicket. The skipper Chamari Atapattu departs for two, a big wicket for India.
Just a slight edge, easily grabbed by Yastika Bhatia behind the stumps.
3 in the second and 80 in the third match. And that's driven away by Hasini Pereira once again, and this is her third boundary.
Thakur and Meghna Singh have bowled really well to kick things off for India.
Hasini Pereira finds the gap once again, and that will be her fourth boundary.
Is that a concern for her? Well struck. Wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's the fifth boundary for the left-hander.
That's a catch and taken.
This is exactly what I said. That pressure was building on her.
He was very eager to get off the mark. Got too close to that, didn't have the elevation. Catch it was the call. And Vastraka mid-off obliged. Yeah, the mid-wicket fielder actually came across to extra cover catching position. Well, that's that slash. Got a good piece of that. It's running down to deep third man, and it's a teaser. Nah, fielder is not going to get that. He's holding the bat from the middle of the handle. That's a good shot. That's a magnificent shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Enough timing on it, and that's another teaser.
There you go. There you go. That's close, but probably turn in too much. But umpire Rambukwella took his time, waited on it, and decided to raise. Was batting so well, but like I just mentioned a couple of deliveries ago, they got their speeds right. They got their lengths right, and you have to pick the right ball to sweep. She missed that one. Was hit in.
A lot of overs here and has been very effective on these tracks.
There's a chance. And taken comfortably. Dilhari just looking to close the bat phase a bit too early.
Yeah, that's a really soft dismissal from Dilhari. She'll be disappointed with that. Just try to work the ball onto the leg side, but gets it.
That part of the Indian playing 11. Bottom edge. That will run down to the deep third man. That's picked up nicely. Got a good piece of that. Improves the balance. That's been edged. And fielder at deep third man. See a lot of sideways turn. Oh, that didn't get up. That did not get up. This is why I tell you, you cannot be complacent on a track like this. Stay down a fraction. Well, plumb in front. That's plumb as you can get. Good ball.
The rotation of a strike is very, very important. Good looking shot. Will get one. Will they come back for two? Oh, they'll get a boundary, in fact. Oh, it was in the air, but she got it into the gap. That's a good shot.
You got to feel for the wicket keepers on a wicket like this. That's well bowled. There was a sound and given. Bottom edge, I reckon. Yeah, Anushka Sanjeevani will be disappointed with that. Did the hard yards. Certainly there was a bottom edge. That's good catch. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, it's not the easiest of tracks to keep wickets.
Yes, a full house capacity. Oh, that's close. That's close. Walking across the stumps. That's close. I thought that was very, very close. That was also a slow delivery. Nilakshi De Silva was walking across the stumps, trying to work it on the onside. I thought that was a very, very close one indeed.
Again to leg cutter. Yeah, she was right across the stumps, wasn't she? Yeah, that definitely hit the leg stump. I mean, definitely the umpire.
Renuka Thakur continues. It's a thick edge through the gap between keeper and first slip.
Another 25 runs could make a big difference. Right through her. Absolutely right through her. Very well bowled. Took the pace off. On line.
Thakur. Also, the runners are playing all around that.
See the head drop.
Signal out.
Lyndon Hannibal will have to decide.
The umpire director, we have umpire referral for a fair catch. Okay, it's a fair delivery. Okay, it appears to have carried. Can you show me another angle just to make sure whether the ball is clearly carried? I want to see the catch. Yes. Yes, clearly the ball has carried and the fingers are under the ball, and goes on the lights, please.
It's bowled well today.
That's Curtains going for that expensive sweep. Didn't work out. She just managed to play straight. It would have been a different option, but she tried to play it square. Well bowled, well flighted.
Yeah, that's brilliantly bowled once again. As mentioned, Deepthi Sharma has bowled so well.
The Sri Lanka ladies won the toss and Chamari decided to bat. It was important that she had a good long stay out in the middle, but that wasn't the case.
Good overall performance with the ball from India. Renuka Thakur, career best figures of 3 for 29.
Straight away, good looking shot. Will pick up a couple of runs. Well, she gets it through. Strong offside field in the 30-yard circle. But Mandana was good enough. Oh, that's well bowled. That didn't turn. Mandana was looking to play off the back foot. She was looking for turn, but this went through straight with the arm here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Oshadi Ranasinghe. Just goes straight on with the arm. No spin at all on that occasion.
That's not a good delivery though. Outside the leg stump and easily put away. That's bread and butter for Verma. There you go, there you go. I just said so. With Bharti on strike, something is going to happen. She was looking very tentative, not confident out there. 17 for 2.
That one just spun a little, didn't it? Unlike Mandana's dismissal where we...
The coaches, the captains, the analysts, that's it. That's the vacant mid-wicket area. That's gone all the way. The first maximum of this game.
And that's the third wicket for Sri Lanka. Inoka Ranavira completely foxes Shafari Verma, who tries to go down the ground.
Goes for a big one. Inoka Ranavira just able to spin that one outside the edge. Anushka Sanjeevani does the rest.
Will stay out in the middle.
Yes, good looking shot. That one beautifully played. Take it down to the boundary for 4 runs. Good use of her feet.
Tossing the ball in the air. Poor delivery. Down leg side, full toss. The right treatment. Exactly what I mentioned. The sat back and relatively comfortable shot.
Alongside me, Yamini Pereira. Yamini, a very good reply by India so far.
Very good reply and very well played by Harmanpreet. She has been the difference.
And whenever there was a loose delivery, she made sure to pounce on it and score a boundary as well.
That's well placed too. With minimum effort. 1 for 28. Oh, that's close. That is close. That is close enough, according to Rambukwella, the umpire. Harmanpreet was just a fraction early on a sweep shot. The hard yards, it was all downhill from her. Yeah, maybe the impact. But Rambukwella thought, there you are. She did hang on the back foot, whether it's pitched in line or the stumps was a question, but Rambukwella thought that pitched in line. So 2 wickets. That was good bowling. That's what you call being smart. Yeah, that pitched in line. I certainly, umpires called pitched in line and had a long look again. Rambukwella, that's great cricket.
And that looks like out. Yes, that's the next 6th wicket for Sri Lanka. A great take by the wicketkeeper Anushka Sanjeevani.
Wicketkeeper Anushka Sanjeevani says, well done, Rane. Well, she's in the middle of a very good run. There's no doubt about that.
Well struck. Beautifully struck. That effectively seals everything. Oh yes. That was even bigger. Finishing off in style, Pooja Vastraka. Tremendous contribution by her.
This 3-match series by winning the first one. It wasn't a bad total to chase, 171. Verma was good.
For Sri Lanka, it was all about the spinners. Oshadi Ranasinghe Hinoka Ranavira doing majority of that damage. He kept off the game. Sri Lanka, of course, winning the toss and opting to bat first on this track in Galle. 171 is all they could manage.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kohu has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has been her idol.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3
Good afternoon to everyone joining with us from all around the globe. We are back with another update from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is the first ODI in the 3-match series between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women. So we got some good news. The skies have cleared up, the sun is out, and the covers have been removed. The ground staff, they have done a great job to get the ground ready, and the next inspection will be at 12:45 p.m.
Laksisi, there is a bit of a concern to the left of us, that is just in front of the Sri Lankan dressing room, where most of the water that had seeped out from the covers when there was rain around 9:30 this morning, and heavy rain that was, a little bit of the water has seeped out. It was one of the areas around the ground away from the covers where the water had seeped out, and this particular spot was a little bit damp, so the umpires were a bit concerned about it, but the hot weather that is at goal is quickly drying up the area. We saw the entire Sri Lanka team doing a warm-up session, but not all visiting players have been on the ground. It's a very hot, humid condition, so they will want to preserve themselves as much as possible. As far as the head coach for the Sri Lanka women, Rumesh Ratnayaka, and the head coach for the New Zealand women, Ben Sawyer, they will be concerned about the condition of the playing areas, but I'm sure it will dry up very quickly and enable the match to get underway. Anything over 35 overs, I'll be very happy, Laksisi.
Yes, indeed, Haga. So at 12:45 p.m. We will know exactly what is going to happen today. As we can see, there are some New Zealand players out there in the middle. They are having their warm-ups at the moment, and as I said, the Sri Lankan players, they had their warm-ups a few minutes earlier. But at the moment, the Sri Lankan players, they're back in their dugout. So we'll most probably see them out very soon after the inspection.
The bowlers run-ups and the 30-yard circle area have been very well covered, and that's a match referee, Vanessa Bowen De Silva, and Dedunu is the standby umpire. Having a closer look at the area where it is most vulnerable inside the 30-yard circle, it looks pretty okay there. It's just the areas beyond that, between the 30-yard, 60-yard boundary line, that there are a few concerned areas.
Yes, these are the pictures from the first inspection we had at 12. We will have the second inspection at 12:45. So you can see the officials having a chat with the officials from both the teams. The match referee having a chat with the other officials.
Sophie Devin and Chamari Atapattu was spoken to earlier, and I'm sure the ground staff, they do a wonderful job. The visitors look a lot more comfortable, confident. They want to get up there and make the most of the situation.
The Sri Lankan players, as we mentioned earlier, had their warm-ups, some of their warm-ups a few minutes ago. They didn't engage in much of the warm-ups either, but just to get settled in to the conditions available at the moment. They were out there for some time.
Happy occasion for most of the young players, I should say. This is an opportunity for the seniors to establish themselves and do their bit for the game and for themselves. On picture, Chamari Atapattu, Sri Lanka's most achieved women's cricketer. The captain will be looking for a stellar outing to inspire the team and get there and do what is best for her. The New Zealanders, they've had strenuous training sessions into the lead up. I'm sure they are all geared up. First time they are involved in a bilateral series in this beautiful country.
And they will be very happy, Harda, because during the last bilateral series which they played against Bangladesh, 2 of the games got washed out. So they really want, wouldn't want that to happen here again in Sri Lanka. So the New Zealanders, they will be eager to go out there and give out their best performance, because at the moment they are in the top 3, so they'll want to get the results in their favour to go up the standings in the ICC Women's Championship.
The visuals is towards the bus stand area, and right behind us and beyond, a bit of a cloud cover, but right in front of us towards the sea area, it's a much clearer sky, so it's very optimistic. I'm sure once play starts, we'll have uninterrupted play right to the end. Let's hope it'll stay that way, because this is an eagerly awaited series for the Sri Lankan women, and much look forward to tour for the New Zealand women too.
So as we mentioned earlier, the next inspection will be at 12:45, and if you're wondering from where you can join with the live action, this will be available live on the Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, and also on the Papare.com website, and also on the Dialog Television Channel number 126 and the Dialog View app. You can catch the live action on all those 4 platforms.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has been her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Konu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live action from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is the first ODI in the 3-match series between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women. And after the delay which we had because of the rain which we had early in the day, we finally have some very good news, Haritha.
Yes, New Zealand women have won the toss and elected to bat. So that's a very positive sign. They're very eager to get on with the game on this tour, the ICC Women's Championship Series. So it's a lot at stake for both teams. And I'm sure the game reduced to 29 overs, they would want to make the maximum use out of the play that is possible at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Beautiful weather. It's bright and sunny. It's not without much breeze. So it all points out to be a good effort on the part of the New Zealand women to bat first.
As talking about the two teams, Haritha, both these teams played against Bangladesh in their last bilateral series, and in both the series, I think the teams managed to walk out with a victory. Sri Lanka won against Bangladesh 1-0, and New Zealand managed to beat them 1-0. And here are the pictures from earlier in the day where the ground staff did some great work to remove the covers as soon as the rain stopped, and they have managed to make sure that we can get some play today.
Yeah, it was a heavy downpour just before start of play around 9:30. It was pretty heavy. It was very gloomy, and there was a lot of rain that had collected water on the covers. But thankfully, with a lot of effort and with a lot of sun, things have improved so well. But there was a lot of effort to put in for the ground staff under the watchful eyes of Godfrey Dabrera. On behalf of Sri Lanka Cricket, overlooking the facilities to make this venue playable.
Yes, indeed. Haritha, kudos to everyone involved to make sure that we get some action today. So that's the live pictures. Those are the live pictures from the venue. We have some very good sunlight coming out, and the skies have cleared up. So this promises to be a great game with the number of overs being reduced as well. So the pace will be much quicker than usual when it comes to a 50-over game. But today it's going to be a 29-over game.
Vanessa Bowen De Silva is the match referee, the former women's captain for Sri Lanka. Is very experienced. She has been involved with the game for a long period. Been in the ICC panel. It's a great opportunity to be out there and make sure that everything is under the watchful eyes of her expertise. Gamini Disanayaka with Nimali Pereira will be controlling the game in the middle.
And going back to these two teams, the last time these two teams met was in a T20 game. That was in the World Cup, and New Zealand, they managed to win that game by a gigantic margin of 102 runs. They scored 162, and Sri Lanka were bundled out for 60. So Sri Lanka, they will definitely want to improve on that result.
Laksisi, this is home advantage for the Sri Lankans, and they should play according to what they know and play to their skill. Because on a wicket of this nature, with a reduced number of overs, the opposition with a lot of experience playing right around the world as a team, as individual players, they know exactly how to bring their mindset to the game here in Galle. And that is what the Sri Lankans may probably not have as far as experience. It's a relatively young side, inexperienced side compared to the opposition. The New Zealand women have some really quality, top-class world-level players.
And coming back to the experience factor, Chamari Athapattu, the Sri Lankan skipper, has all the experience, has played all around the world basically when it comes to franchise cricket as well. So along with Chamari Athapattu, we also have Nilakshi De Silva, who has turned up pretty well during the course of last year. So along with her, Harshita Samarawikram is also there. So let's see whether those two players and someone else can stand up and support Chamari Athapattu.
Yeah, in the bowling aspect, the likes of Nimali or rather Inoka Ranavira and Oshadi, these are players who can make a difference. Even Prabodhini can make a difference on their day if they stick to their plan. That would be the story.
Yes, and you said about Inoka Ranavira. I mean, who can forget the first ODI against India last year? Sri Lanka were defending somewhere around 170, and she nearly got Sri Lanka home. She took 4 wickets for 39 in her 10 overs. So Inoka Ranavira will be someone that Sri Lanka will rely heavily on when it comes to the bowling department, just like we rely on Chamari Athapattu when it comes to the batting.
The teams are lining up in front of the main pavilion building for the national anthems of the respective nations.
So now we can head to the pitch report, and we have our friend Gamini Pera down there to give you all the updates on what the pitch looks like today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kia ora kutu in New Zealand. Well, finally, weather gods have been kind to us. It's a typical Sri Lankan afternoon here. Bright and sunny, hot and humid. Currently 29 degrees. White ferns will feel a bit of this. Humidity staggering 80%. 65-yard boundary right around. After all that weather in the morning, ground staff has done a tremendous job to get this up to an immaculate condition. Really, you've got enough value as a batter. That you can't complain, I'll tell you. Let's look at the surface. Well, Galle International Stadium is one venue where you have blue grass in this country. Well, there's hardly any life on this pitch, I'll tell you. It sounds hard, it looks hard, lot lighter in color. It's a typical spinners friendly pitch at Galle. Spinners obviously going to get a bite out of this surface. Faster bowlers will have to rely on their length and pace variations. But to the naked eye, it looks pretty good for batting. So I'll tell you what, once you win the toss, unless you are a genius in predicting weather and you're worried about weather, I'll say you control the things that you can. You bat first, get the runs on the board, apply pressure that way.
So according to Gamini, bat first, get the runs on the board, and then try to insert the pressure on the opposition who will bat second.
Yeah, but no big surprise there. He's been around for a long time. He knows this venue, he knows this area too well too.
Yes, and while we were having a chat earlier, he has played here as well and has some very good experience. We will talk with him about that later in the game. So at the moment, the two teams, they have lined up before the beginning of the game. Now it's time for the all-important toss, and we have Damit Veerasinghe in the middle with the two captains. So let's head to the toss.
Finally, we are all set for the toss here in Galle. I have the two captains with me, Sophie Devine of New Zealand, Chamari Athapattu of Sri Lanka, and the match referee, Vanessa De Silva. The home team captain, Chamari, will now spin the coin.
Heads is the call. Heads it is.
Heads is the call, and New Zealand have won the toss. Sophie, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first today.
What's the reason in batting first on this surface?
Oh, look, it looks a beautiful cricket wicket, and we want to put some runs on the board and I guess really make our mark today.
29 overs per side. What sort of score do you want to post?
Oh, look, I think it's pretty tricky. I think shortened game. We don't know how the pitch is going to play, but I certainly would expect us to sort of aim towards that 170, 180 mark.
Most of your members are here for the first time. How's this day so far?
Yeah, look, it's been great. Obviously, a little bit longer than we thought, waiting to get out here, but the girls are really excited to finally get started and to play on what looks like a great cricket wicket.
Thank you very much, Sophie. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Chamari, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Definitely we will choose bat first, but I'm pretty confident about our bowling unit also. So we can't predict the toss, but we have stick with our plans and play good cricket today.
29 overs, bowling first. What sort of a score do you want to restrict the white ferns?
Yeah, we stick with our plans. I think 150, 160 is good score in we have to defend. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chamari. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
So the news from the centre is New Zealand have won the toss and they will bat first.
So that's the news from the middle. The White Ferns skipper Sophie Devine, she has won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Yeah, I think she wants to get on with the tour plan. That's her idea. I think they want to give the batters the best opportunity. The good thing about it that she's confident with the state of the wicket. When the track is conducive to batting and on a dead track like this, which has been very well prepared, I think should have had no other option but to bat first. On a wicket like this with the outfield expected to be quite quick, I think the New Zealand batters will pose a very big problem to the Sri Lankan bowling unit.
Indeed, Haritha. The likes of Amelia Kerr, especially the youngster. She can bowl some very good leg spin, and she is a very good top order batter as well. So she's someone who caused a lot of trouble to Sri Lanka in that T20 game the two teams played at the World Cup. She scored 50 odd and took 2 wickets. So this is the New Zealand playing 11. We have Bernadine and Susie Bates to open the batting. Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Georgia Plymmer, Brooke Halliday, Hannah Rowe, Liata Huhu, Eden Carson and Fran Jonas. That's the playing 11 for the White Ferns.
Pretty good experienced lineup there for the visitors.
And the Sri Lankan playing 11, Chamari Atapattu, Vishmi Gunaratna, the youngster, Hashita Samarikrama, the exciting talent, Nilakshi De Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, Hansima Karnaratna, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Sugandhiga Kumari, Inoka Ranavira, and the highly experienced Udeshika Prabodhini.
No place there for the birthday girl, Hasini Pereira. But still a lot of experience. You expect this side to play to their full potential. It's not going to be an easy task, Laksasi, because the New Zealand women, they have played right round with top quality opposition. They know what they want to do. They know how to get about. Highly skilled and very successful at the top of the order. They can put the scoreboard pressure with some consistent performances.
So since this is a 29 over game, I mean it's very close to a T20 game as well either. So we will definitely see some aggression from the New Zealand batters from early in the game. I mean the likes of Susie Bates especially, she has played nearly 150 international games and she has scored over 5,000 runs. So someone with a lot of experience and someone who can trouble the Sri Lankan bowlers from the word go.
Yeah, and should be pleased to just watch a little bit. Bates, 36 years old, born in Dunedin, Otago. Just take a look at that top score of 168, strike rate of 80, an average of 41 plus, over 5,250 runs. That's a lot to go by for the all-rounder who's played in Australia and India with some outstanding performances. She's made 12 hundreds and 31 50s in a long career of 148 games.
When you see those stats, you always know it's a special player because she has played over 100 games and she has an average of over 40 and a strike rate of 80. So that's always something very special when it comes to the limited overs game. And here's Udeshika Prabodhini for Sri Lanka, the left arm medium pacer to open the bowling. Outside the off stump, the first delivery. They take the quick single to open the scoring for the White Ferns. Chamari Atapattu, the skipper, she'll have a big job on her hands when Sri Lanka goes out there to chase later in the day.
Yeah, Udeshika Prabodhani, 38 years old, born in Darga town in the southern province. Played for Colombo Cricket Club and Colombo Coals. Get career statistics coming up, pretty good thing.
And this is the opening partner for Susie Bates, Bernadine Besudinho, 13 matches, 125 runs. Not the best of averages, but still it's early days in her career. So she'll definitely want to improve on those stats in this tour, especially in the 3 games. And here's Udeshika, runs in once again, finds the outside edge, and it will run away to the boundary, the first boundary of this series.
Little bit wavered outside off stump, and a good start for Bernadine Besudinho. That's the way to get about the 30-year-old Kimberley born in Northern Cape province. Into the gap and close to the ground. There was no stopping that one. Good to see the outfield very quick.
Yes, definitely. Even after all the rain we had, the outfield is still very quick. Udeshika Prabodhini making some changes early in the first over.
Sheila to be on target. Better delivery. Good comeback delivery. The wicket keeper, top order bat opener, who has played for South Africa women too, after being born in the Northern Cape province, making her switch. There it is, best of 3 for 35. She's picked up 31 wickets in her 58 games.
A good economic rate, 4.26. Right on target, Udeshika Prabodhini. That's what she's known for. Doesn't have much pace, but she's always there in the areas which is needed when it comes to bowling with the new ball, Udeshika Prabodhini. That's her specialty. Now we saw her playing even in franchise cricket as well.
Still too far wide outside off stump. Invited her to go for the shot. They're looking to get on with the game during the power play session. The field up, plenty of open spaces. Prabodhini has to be aware of the fact.
Two straight from Udeshika Prabodhini, tucked into the leg side, and they take the single to end the first over. New Zealand White Ferns are 6 for no loss after the end of the first over.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Bates is the batter that Sri Lankans will be much more concerned with.
And here's Oshadi Ranasinghe, the right arm off spinner, to share the new ball with Udeshika Prabodhini, along with Inoka Ranavira and Sugandhika Kumari. These have been the spin trident for Sri Lanka in both the formats when it comes to 50 over game and the T20 game. Yes, Oshadi Ranasinghe. Once again, towards the leg side to take the single. Thought about the second run for a moment, but decided against it.
Born in Colombo in the Western Province, Oshadi, product of Darupala Vidyalaya, Panipitiya.
31 matches, 30 wickets, an economic rate of 5.14, an average of 31.33, best of 5 for 34. Can Oshadi Ranasinghe bring the early breakthrough for Sri Lanka?
She's an experienced, cunning bowler. So this is good to see what she would do with the free scoring Bernadine. He had played earlier for Kurunegala Youth. Now she plays for Sri Lanka Air Force.
Thought about the single there, but they didn't take it. Susie Bates.
Yeah, getting these dot balls early gives the bowler that much of confidence. You got to be mindful of the fact that on this wicket you can't make too many mistakes with the ball. It's better. That's better. Susie Bates, just short of good length. Yet to be seen whether this was a better option on the part of the Sri Lanka think tank to get Oshadi Ranasinghe to open with the new ball, 37-year-old.
So far, there's been a very good first over from Oshadi Ranasinghe. That's the best thing about this spin trio for Sri Lanka, Harita. They have been very good. They have been very accurate when it comes to bowling. They know how to stop the flow of runs. Flighted this time. Driven straight down the ground towards the bowler. So just one run from this over with one delivery to go. Urshila Ransingham must make sure that she ends this over in the same way. She has done very well to keep the batter Susie Bates quiet in this first over. Takes a single to end the second over. New Zealand 8 for no loss. The two teams once again, Sri Lanka led by Chamari Athapattu, Vishmi Gunaratne, Harshada Samaravikramani, Lakshya De Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, Hansima Karnaratne, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Sugandhika Kumari, Inoka Ranavira and Udeshika Prabodhini. For New Zealand, Susie Bates, Bernadine Besudenho, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Georgia Plymouth, Brooke Halliday, Hannah Rowe, Leah Tahuhu, Ian Carson and Fran Jonas.
Good comeback for Georgia Plymouth in particular. Just bowling to a good line and length, bowling to your field, that's key. Prabodhini is an experienced campaigner. Just need to be careful with the line and length. New Zealand batters given half a chance will go over the top during the power play session.
You know, these New Zealand batters, either they are very capable of clearing the boundary with ease. That's a full toss, but driven straight towards the bowler.
That was a missed opportunity for the White Ferns. They didn't try to play across the line. Better delivery, better delivery. She's capable of doing this in domestic cricket in particular. He's a very difficult customer to get away with. Let's take a look at that. Angled on middle stump.
Deshika Prabodhini, as you mentioned earlier, highly experienced, one of the 3 Sri Lankan players to represent Sri Lanka in over 50 ODIs.
So Bates playing the bowling on merit, not trying to be too aggressive either. Runner ball 6 for Bezudenhout, but Bates is a lot more subdued. Good thinking. Deshika Prabodhini, that's an experience.
Well,
after all the learning in the morning.
Yes.
The Dutch Fort World Heritage Site.
It's the usual time which the streets get busy with all the young students coming out from their schools.
Well earned run. Very well bowled too. Prabodhini. I don't think it was slippery. He just lost her balance on that occasion. Good run. Good bit of fielding too, but run was comfortably completed. So that's after 3 overs, New Zealand women are 10 without loss.
New Zealand 10 for no loss after 3 overs. We have to remind our viewers once again, this is going to be a 29 over game, and after winning the toss, New Zealand women they decided to bat first. That was a very good delivery from Moshadi Ranasinghe.
They will probably work on relative inexperience of the batter.
That was a great delivery. Just angle the ball away. Moshadi Ranasinghe.
He's only played 13 matches in this format for New Zealand women.
Uses a feed this time.
Good. Ran in quickly. Kavisha Dilhari, usually quick on the field.
Moshadi Ranasinghe against Susie Bates. Tries to cut it away, but straight towards the fielder. She has attempted the stroke 3-4 times now against Moshadi Ranasinghe, but to no results going in her favour.
Yeah, we were talking about Kavisha Dilhari. She's from this area, from Devapadiraja Vidyalaya, Ratkama.
This time managed to bisect the two fielders, but can only get a single.
Yeah, if you are within range, come and watch the cricket. Visiting New Zealand side is top-notch side in world cricket in the women's format. This is a very good opportunity to see their skillful display.
And that's a reverse sweep from Bernadine. And that will go for a boundary.
No, she was good. Quick on it too. Well played. Beautifully played. The sort of cricket that would enhance your capabilities. President Holt got into double figures very quickly. She's outscoring the experienced Susie Bates at the moment. The running between wickets have been very good. Very precise, good early call, good response too.
That's the end of the fourth over. New Zealand 17 for no loss at the moment.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
So change of bowling, the first change of bowling for Sri Lanka. Sugandhika Kumari introduced into the attack by skipper Atapattu.
Plays for the Sri Lanka Army, the 32-year-old who's been born in Anamadua in the northwestern province.
Sugandhika Kumari, 27 games, 21 wickets, an economy rate of 4.72, best of 4 for 39. So let's see whether she can support Moshadi Ranasinghe, who's bowling really well from the other end. A great start from Sugandhika Kumari, right on target. It's the consistency that I like about this spin trio for Sri Lanka. The two left-arm spinners and the right-arm off spinner. And most of the time they are very well supported by Chamari Atapattu. And that's the first wicket for Sugandhika Kumari. Manages to bring the breakthrough for Sri Lanka.
Good bowling change on the part of Chamari Atapattu. This is what they were looking for, a quick breakthrough New Zealand women had started off reasonably well, looking comfortable.
Yes, the replay once again. Tried to stroke it away towards the leg side, but only managed to get an outside edge. That went straight up in the air and straight towards the bowler, Sugandhika Kumari. A great bowling change from the skipper that delivered to her straight away. This is Bernadine Besudno who departs for a run ball 13. New Zealand 17 for 1 after 4.2 overs. And the new batter for New Zealand, the highly exciting Amelia Kerr. Here are her stats: 59 games, 1,000 runs, a high score of 232. She scored that against Ireland when she was just 18 years old. An average of 38.91 and a strike rate of well over 85.
Elder sibling Jessica Kerr was also to be on tour, but injury forced her out. Yes, Sugandhika Kumari bowling to Amelia Kerr, straight down the leg side. The Wellington-born all-rounder has played in Australia, England and India. 59 matches. Well, that's a lot of cricket for her. Yes, Sugandhika. That's brilliant. She started off on a very good footing. On target, in line with the stumps. Sugandhika Kumari. She picked up her first wicket, breaking the opening partnership. This time, flicked away for a single. Sugandhika Kumari trying to drift the ball towards the right-handed batter. One run and a wicket in this very first over for Sugandhika Kumari. Having won the toss, they would want to get their top order going. Better delivery, good one. A great start from Sugandhika Kumari. Got the first breakthrough for Sri Lanka. A successful over for the host New Zealand. 18 for 1 after 5 overs.
Season 1 Danuma. Season 2 Charitavaliya. Season 3 Krida Viplava.
Umesh Vijay Sirivardhana played his cricket here. He's the bowling coach for the Sri Lanka ladies. He knows this venue very well. Oshadi Ranasinghe, one of 3 bowlers who has picked up 5 wickets for Sri Lanka women.
Yes, Oshadi Ranasinghe bowling to Amelia Kerr.
So far, the enthusiasm has played off well. They've not given too much away. The experience Ino Karanavira has still not been used.
Yes, it will be interesting to see when Chamari Athapattu introduces Ino Karanavira. This time, Amelia Kerr sweeps it away for a boundary. First boundary for her in this game.
Very positive shot. The moment it was pitched up onto her pads, she knew exactly what she was going to do. If you are a good sweeper, Laksisi, in this format of the game and with a reduced number of overs, you can play those like that. You can get a lot of runs, and she executed it brilliantly. No wonder she's one of the most spoken about young players in women's cricket around the world.
Yeah, she just took the cricketing world by storm with that double century as a teenager against Ireland. And since then, she has continued the good work. She has been very good for New Zealand.
Yeah, the Women's Ashes Test just concluded. Produced a double centurion for England. Still on the losing side in the end. Yeah, a lot of cricket being played as far as the Sri Lanka cricket is concerned. The World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe, the domestic interclub 3-day cricket tournament, a lot of junior cricket along with it, and this important ICC Women's Championship 3-match series in Galle.
And along with all of that, Harida, the LPL is coming up next month as well.
Pakistan on tour, already confirmed tour. The Asia Cup, most of the matches to be played here in Sri Lanka.
Yes, with the Pakistan Test Series, the next World Test Championship cycle begins for Sri Lanka. So that will be very important.
And they've been picking the singles very well, hitting the ball into the gaps. So they should be doing. End of 6 overs. New Zealand women are 23 for 1 after 6.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
It's been a good start for Sri Lanka so far. Sugantika Kumari back for her second over after picking up the breakthrough in her first. Two of the most experienced batters for New Zealand out in the middle, Gamini. It's going to be tough for Sri Lanka. They haven't been able to pick up wickets in the past against this New Zealand side. So it's going to take some good bowling from their end.
Yeah, I think Esther, it's been a fair effort by the Sri Lankan bowlers thus far. Obviously, everyone knew that they were going to have their spinners in operation. That was short. That's in the gap. First time Susie Bates were able to find the gap on the offside. She's been hanging on the back foot for the most of her deliveries so far, and that had width. That's one of the worst deliveries Sri Lankans have bowled in this innings. There you are, width and length.
Yeah, she's been good so far in this spell. That was the first really bad delivery that she bowled.
Incidentally, Estelle Susie, along with the skipper, two of the very few players in this squad to have come here before to Sri Lanka. Although there are some players who have had some experience in India, some of these players must be finding it a bit difficult to adjust or acclimatize to these conditions, really. Susie, 9 off 16. Normally she's a very fluent player. Quite extraordinary her career so far. What a servant she has been for New Zealand cricket, for White Ferns.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, there's one other player who has come to Sri Lanka before, opener Bernadine Bezuidenhout. She was with the South African side back in 2015 when they toured Sri Lanka. Now she's back with New Zealand. So just 3 players. The last time the White Ferns were in Sri Lanka was way back in 2012. That too was for a World Cup. So you were right. Just the 2 players with experience, real experience playing in Sri Lanka. So it's going to be tough adjusting to these conditions.
And having a look at the pitch this afternoon, ST, it looks pretty good for batting, I'll tell you. Even though the covers have been there for a very long time, they have been on from last evening, but there's not a lot of moisture. It looks very dry.
That's a very good length. Even the wicket that produced was that kind of length. Bernardine played it across the line and it just held on the surface, really. So 1 to finish the 7th. 29 for 1.
There you are, the revised playing conditions. 29 overs per side and 4 bowlers able to bowl 6 overs each and a maximum of 5. The power play is finished for the first 6 overs. So now Sri Lanka are able to spread their field a little bit. So we see a change of bowling Kavisha Dilhari into the attack, replacing Oshadi Ranasinghe. Sri Lanka have plenty of spinners at their disposal and they are sure to be using them here.
Yeah, you're right in that, ST. They've got plenty of spinning options. But one thing they want to do is to release pressure from the White Fern batters here. They were a bit under pressure, having few fielders inside the circle. So suddenly you see a spread out field. One area where the most of the top order teams, Aussies, White Ferns, Indians, they have over Sri Lankans when it comes to running between wickets, when it comes to fielding. Sri Lankans have fell a bit behind that department, haven't they? So I don't know whether this is the right thing to do, just because you are allowed to have so many outside the circle, but whether you should.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, particularly when they've got the likes of Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr at the crease. They don't want them to settle in. They don't want them to get those easy singers and get their eye in. So a little bit of attack would be better from Sri Lanka, I feel.
As you can see straight away, every defensive prod on either side of the wicket will get them a single. White Ferns, obviously, they like to set standards very high. I mean, when you look at the last 5 or 6 months when it comes to New Zealand women's cricket, very well bowled. Again, waited for it nicely. I think it was a very hard pill for them to swallow the result of the World Cup, wasn't it? They missed out in the semi-finals on run rate, and then followed the Bangladesh series. They only managed to get one game out of the 3, and so few points missed out there as well.
Yeah, I think that was a massive result towards the White Ferns' fortunes, because they would have expected to get full points out of that series. Not to underestimate Bangladesh, but this is the first time they have been included in the ICC Women's Championship, and away touring New Zealand, you know it's always going to be tough. So it would have been a series where they were expecting to get full points, but it wasn't to be. They want to make up in this series, so that's where they're going to be really dangerous against Sri Lanka.
$35 for 1 after 8. So that's how the innings got started. That was a terrific shot. Probably the best in the innings so far. And then Amelia Kerr, a brilliant sweep shot, and shot outside the off stump. Susie Bates cashing on that one. That was the wicket. You see that kind of bowling only in your highlights, but you actually wonder how she set her up, really. There were 2 quicker balls, and that one held a fraction. Again, quicker delivery from Sugandhika.
I think she's using her pace really well in this innings so far, utilizing that quicker delivery very well. She's had her control as well, so that's what's making it difficult for the batters out there.
Lovely hands. Didn't try to overhit it. Just waited on nicely. Is this a terrific partnership brewing for the White Ferns here, Esther? The old veteran, the legend, with the one of the most talented players coming up for the Kiwis, really, the White Ferns. Umpire Nimali Pereira, Amelia Kerr. 13 of 19. Good batting, good bowling. Quicker delivery after playing on the front foot the previous one. She was hanging on the back foot. Galle sound like one of the most experienced umpires in the domestic circuit. Brilliantly played. It looks simple, but you need good hands to play a shot like that. Key was the feet, how quickly she was able to transfer her weight onto the back foot and played just in front of the gloves, really. Not many batters can do something like that, play that late.
Yeah, it wasn't that much of a short delivery either, was it? She just used the angle really well to get the ball through that gap.
A lot of discussion about baseball and hitting everything that comes towards you, but that's a good example that you don't have to have a lot of power for you to be penetrative, for you to be effective. That was a terrific shot. Missed out there. Full toss, but again, I think she was hanging on the back foot.
That seems to be a bit of a tactic, doesn't it? We saw Susie Bates as well earlier in the innings, just hanging back. That's the end of the 9th over. New Zealand 41 for 1. After the early wicket, New Zealand putting together a little bit of a partnership. Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr got a change in bowling. Inoka Ranavira into the attack to replace Kavisha Dilhari. Ranavira, of course, you could say Sri Lanka's best spinner in the lineup.
Yeah, you're right. Ranasinghe and Ranavira, the two spinners. They are decent stats, those are. 71 wickets. Any bowler who can average more than a wicket in internationals, ODIs, it's considered a pretty good effort, ST. 71 wickets of 69 matches. Lot squarer, a delivery point, comparing to Sugandhika. Obviously, Inoka Ranavira got the height on her side as well. She does have a very good arm ball to go with. Again, hanging on the back foot. Most of the Sri Lankan fielders are hanging on the edge of the circle. So every time, if you get your shot around 5 or 2 meters on either side, you're bound to get a single. And these two seems to have a good chemistry between them as well. You think now the game is a shortened one that White Ferns will be looking to change their batting lineup?
I don't think that's going to be the case, particularly because they've got Sophie Devine in next. She is a big hitter of the ball, can clear the boundary quite easily. I wouldn't be surprised though if these two begin to just step on the gas a little bit now. They've been in for a few overs. They've got kind of a measure of what's happening on the track. That's brilliant running. Really good running from that pair. Obviously a great understanding between them.
I think just a few moments ago I mentioned about some of the advantage that these teams have over Sri Lankan girls. This was one good example. They're not the strongest when it comes to throwing the ball, are they? And New Zealand batters are pretty quick between the wickets, so they've got the speed to go with lack of strength from the fielders from Sri Lanka. I think when it comes to men's cricket, it's pretty much similar too in some, when you compare to some countries.
Ranavira has started well, Gabini. I think a key stat we have from her is that she picked up a hat-trick against New Zealand. The last bilateral series Sri Lanka played against them, that was way back in 2015. Became the first Sri Lankan woman to pick up a hat-trick in ODI cricket. So she does have a little bit of a good record against the Kiwis.
This ball is what? Just under 10. Oh, yeah, that's at the end of the 10th. I'll come back to that one. 45 for 1.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Yeah, the point that I was going to mention, ST, as the ball gets older, I think it will be difficult to play helping shots because the lack of speed on this pitch. So batting first was the ideal decision. Sri Lankan skipper Atapattu mixing her bowlers. Kavisha from the fourth end. There you are. Hint or turn, but it's on the slower side. Like I mentioned, both these batters have this uncanny ability to transfer their weight onto the back foot and play late. When you have batters like that, it's a nightmare for a skipper to set a field.
Big shout from Dilhari on that occasion. Looked to be a little bit outside the line, didn't it?
Yeah, the impact was outside. And also what you need to be thinking on a pitch like this as a spinner is to find the correct speed.
And I think that's where Sugantika Kumari really got it right in that first spell. Used her pace really well.
These two are ticking along. There haven't been any big shots, but they have been able to rotate the strike. Plenty of singles. One of the main areas that the coaches look for these days, ST, is how efficient you can be. Oh, she was waiting for that one. another couple.
Yeah, I think that shot gives you an indication of how slow the track is, isn't it? Seemed like she was waiting for ages just for the ball to get to her. Premeditated but effective in the end. I think Sri Lanka will be reasonably happy with how they've started. 11 overs have gone by. New Zealand 51 for 1.
Yeah, 51 for 1. You might be right. Sri Lankans probably will not be too disappointed, but another wicket or two would have helped their course. But obviously, when you play against a side like New Zealand, they've been right up there in the first 2, 3, 4 sides for the last maybe I don't know how many years. So you would expect them, particularly the likes of Susie Bates and Bernadine and Amelia at the top of the order, to take the bull by the horns and maybe put the opposition under pressure early. It's a no ball. Well, Sri Lankan bowlers have been pretty disciplined thus far up until that point.
Yeah, disappointing coming from a spinner. Amelia Kerr will hope that she can make the most out of it.
So where this is going to go, ST? My bet, the two fielders, mid-wicket and deep square leg, I'll say over mid-on.
Absolutely right, Gamini. Go straight behind the bowler. Safest option in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, we were talking about the Sri Lankan situation. When you have these quality players under pressure, you can't give them freebies. She's playing a gem for an inning so far, Amelia. 26 off 30. Susie 17 off 25.
Yeah, that's the reason why those wickets are really important. As you mentioned, Sri Lanka would have been happy. Big appeal on that occasion when not out by the umpire.
Yeah, I think that was better from Ranavira, speed-wise. As you can see from the t-shirts of some of these girls, there's quite a strong breeze for them to deal with as well. Sometimes it can be a factor when you're a spinner.
Yeah, as I was saying, Gamini, that's where the wickets are important. Sri Lanka want to put pressure on this Kiwi side. They have to pick up wickets. It's been a problem they've had. I think if you look at the 10 ODIs they've played against New Zealand, they've lost 4 games by either 10 wickets or more than 100 runs. So it's obvious that getting wickets is a huge issue for them. Even now, although they've managed to keep the runs down, a couple of wickets won't do them any harm.
And good delivery that. Yeah, I think a lot of people in Sri Lanka will be expecting whether they can go that extra mile and try and beat one of the best teams in the world circuit. End of the day, if they want to qualify for the World Cup directly, you need to take one of these scalps, don't you? Brilliant use of the feed again from Susie, using the depth of the crease, playing after it spins.
Yeah, just talking about direct qualification, I think Sri Lanka also took a hit to their chances as a result of the Bangladesh series, 2 of those games getting washed out. So they weren't able to attempt for any points there. It's nicely bowled by Inoka Ranavira. used the pace well once again. That's the end of the 12th over. New Zealand 59 for 1.
Lofted away to the mid-wicket region by Susie Bates. Kavisha Dilhari bowling her third over, 13th over in progress for the New Zealand women's team. 60 for 1. It's a 29 over game. New Zealand won the toss, elected to bat first. So far, Meliko and Susie Bates have done a decent job. 43 for the second wicket, and here I am joined by the High Commissioner of New Zealand for Sri Lanka, Mr. Michael Appleton. A very good afternoon to you, sir.
Thanks for having me here.
How do you enjoy the cricket so far? Nicely played there from Kerr for another couple of runs.
Well, I'm just delighted that there is a game, because when I was putting my son to bed last night and heard the heavy rain outside my window, I thought there was no chance that there would be play. A lot of rain overnight and this morning, but the ground staff did an incredible job of getting the ground cleared of all the water. So a 29 over match, way better than no match at all, which is what I thought we may have.
These two right-handers seems to be enjoying Kavisha Dilhari a lot. Yeah, you've been a very ardent cricket fan, I should say. More than being a diplomat, you've been a cricket fan, especially whilst you're here in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, well, I think there are very few countries in the world in which cricket is as central a part of culture as in Sri Lanka. And as just I said that before, it's starting to rain again, so that was probably my fault. Ooh.
You've spoken a little earlier that we thought this is how Galle is all this while. We get to see some sun shining, but out of nowhere you're seeing a heavy downpour, and the umpires Nimali Pereira and Gamini Disanayaka have decided to call for the covers. But I'll tell you, these groundsmen, they've done a decent job, and they'll continue to do that.
So you're more of an expert than me. Do you think that this may be a passing shower, or do you think we could have this for quite a while?
I think it'll be a passing shower, because it's coming from above us where we are sitting, and hopefully we'll be able to get play resumed as soon as possible. It's the 13th over in progress for New Zealand.
Yeah, well, 29 over game's quite a strange length. You know, it's not quite a T20 match. It's certainly way shorter than a one-day match, and I was a bit confused on this pitch in these conditions what might be a good score in 29 overs. And the White Ferns obviously had to, after deciding to bat, decide what that is, but now it could be that their 29 overs are shortened further.
Yeah, I asked Sophie at the toss also what sort of a score they'll be hoping to get to. About 150, 170 was her answer. But yeah, I think Seems like the rains have started to clear.
Yeah. I mean, I think one, and I've heard the team, including the captain, talk about this. One big challenge for them is that Sri Lankan conditions are so alien to the squad. I think there are only 3 players who have ever played here before, including the captain, and so that just means that sort of working out what the right approach and tactics are much harder than if you are familiar with what you're doing. But this is an interesting New Zealand team. It's a mix of extremely experienced players, but also a lot of new talent. And so, hopefully the more experienced players are able to help the team through. And then there's a player like Amelia Kerr, who's batting well so far, who really has been a revelation since becoming the youngest ever White Fern at the age of 16. And she's batting very well here, and that follows her very strong performance in the Women's IPL this year as well.
Only wicket taker for Sri Lanka, Sugandhika Kumari, picked up the wicket of Bernadine Besunduhot, Udeshika Prabodhini, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Kavish Adilhari, Karanavira. 5 bowlers being used by Captain Chamari Athapattu so far. 64 for 1, the White Ferns, 13th over in progress. And as we expect, the ground staff are now slowly taking back the covers. Here are the highlights so far. Bernadine and Susie Bates started off pretty well, especially the right-handed Bernadine used the sweep and the reverse sweep quite well before Sugandhika Kumari picked up the first wicket. Thought the ball was holding up a little, but then Amelia Kerr, she's, as you correctly said, Michael, a revelation indeed. Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr.
Those covers are coming off again. At least one of the 2.
There's some crisp batting from Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr. New Zealand 64 for 1 as the ground staff are removing the covers. We'll take a short commercial break and we will be back right away with the completion of the New Zealand innings.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD.
All right, we are all set for the restart of this game, the first ODI between Sri Lanka women and the New Zealand women. We just had a brief interruption by rain, and Kavisha Dilhari will complete her third over. End of 13th over, New Zealand 64 for 1.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Because of that rain interruption, the game has been further reduced to 28 overs, so both teams have lost 1 over each, and I'm still here joined by Michael, the New Zealand High Commissioner for Sri Lanka. We have Udeshika Prabodhini coming in from the pavilion end.
Well, before the break we were talking about how difficult it is to set a total in strange-sized cricket matches. I think it's even more so when you have rain delays coming again and again, because you're not quite sure how long your innings is going to last, and you might be worried if you lose too many wickets that the DLS score might come down. So yeah, it is a really tricky situation here for the White Ferns batters.
It's also not the ideal surface to come in and just get on with the game, especially for players who have not played a lot here in Galle. They'll need some time to adjust to the pace, the bounce of this Galle surface. Udeshika beautifully cut away by Milika. Brings up the 50-run partnership for Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Amelia Kerr is the one of the 3 White Ferns to bat so far who is finding it easiest to get away, and that's because she has batted so much in the women's IPL and on surfaces that won't be exactly like this, but will be much, much more similar than surfaces that you would find in New Zealand.
Also, Michael, a little more about the tour in general. The White Ferns are here. They've been able to adjust to the culture, the community. Some of them are here for the first time. Only 3 players have played here before, and you, in your capacity as the High Commissioner, what sort of activities have you all planned? Any just to support women's cricket in general? Beautifully played from Susie Bates. We'll come back to that. River swept. Beautiful. That's class.
Yeah, these two are really starting to pick up the pace off the pitch very well, and starting to pick the gaps as well, which is helping them. To answer your question, yeah, I mean I think this is a very special tour for the White Ferns. It's the first ever time that they have undertaken a bilateral tour of Sri Lanka. A few of the players were here in 2012 when the T20 World Cup happened here. The fact that it's a first makes it very special, makes it probably a bit more challenging in terms of the conditions, and I know from what I've seen that they're very interested in learning from and interacting in the culture while they're here.
Umpire Gamini Disanaka signals that as runs, 14 overs completed, 73 for 1. Here's the partnership so far from Meliko and Susie Bates. They got together when Bernardine fell, but they've played a lot of strokes square of the wicket, and that speaks the volume of how well they play late, especially for the spinners, Michael.
Yeah, both the shot selection and the placement. I mean, you see all of those boundaries. They were having to thread it through quite a packed field.
Now the 14 overs remaining for the White Ferns. We spoke about setting a target. They've got 74. I think the visitors would be quite pleased with the score of about 175, 180. But I think if these two can bat till the end, they should be able to near that 200 run mark as well, Michael.
Yeah, they're looking quite good at the moment, but it just takes one wicket, and the difficulty of getting in on the surface for things to change quite dramatically. So I think they'll also be conscious of that.
Slight misfield, that time by Rana Singha at short mid wicket. Just another single. Yeah, from the Sri Lankan point of view, they'll need to break this partnership as soon as possible. That little break they got, they would have discussed that at length. Susie Bates wanted that single, but rightfully so. Melika sent her back.
Yeah, there have been a few little moments of indecision, so we say, with the running, but none of them yet have been fatal for the White Ferns.
Still have plenty of batting left. Sophie, the captain, Divine, Maddie Green, Georgia Plummer rather. That's it. Kavisha Dilhari breaks the partnership. End of Susie Bates. She tried to heave it over mid wicket. Completely missed the ball. Experienced Susie Bates. She departs for 28.
It's a disappointing end, but the White Ferns now are halfway through the runnings, as you were saying, plenty of wickets in hand, and now it'll be up to the New Zealand captain to come in and provide that foil to Amelia Kerr in the partnership to come.
77 for 2, New Zealand women's. Captain Sophie Divine, very experienced player. She's got a history of opening the batting as well, Michael, but now batting in the middle order. Deshika Prabodhini will be bowling her 4th over, second from the pavilion end.
Yeah, one of the reasons why both these batters are so handy for the White Ferns is that they can contribute both as batters and bowlers. Very different kinds of all-rounders, but all-rounders nonetheless. And to have all this experience come at this point, good moment for the White Ferns, but obviously acceleration needs to occur now with only 13 overs to go.
Captain Sophie, one of those few players who have played in Sri Lanka before. That's good fielding. It's always important to be able to field of your own bowling. These little moments will go a long way. As we were just speaking on the importance of feeling of your bowling, Udeshika Prabodhini lets one through. Sophie Devine, she gets off the mark.
Yeah, I think that one was maybe slightly easier than the one that she was successful in, but I guess that's often the way.
Just a single there. Slight misfield from the wicketkeeper Anushka Sanjeevani allows Melika to get back to complete her second run. Michael, just a little more about women's cricket in general. Here's the stats of Sophie Devine. Massive numbers, over 3,000 runs rather, average of about 30. Best score of 145. How big is women's cricket back in New Zealand?
I think women's sport generally is really big. I mean, I think when New Zealanders grow up, there's an expectation that both boys and girls will play sport, and there's a very strong following for our elite teams, our national teams, whether it's the women's teams and the men's teams. And some of my earliest and positive cricket memories of New Zealand beating Australia were the White Ferns doing so in the Rose Bowl, which is the bilateral competition between ODI competition between Australia and New Zealand in the 1990s. When I was growing up, there were two occasions when we won that, and it was and generally very rare. So yeah, very big.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. 83 for 2 New Zealand after 16 overs.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Kavisha Dilhari will continue from the fourth end. Loud appeal. Umpire Nimali Pereira reckons that could have been missing the leg stump. Yeah, I reckon a good call.
Yeah, looks like a good decision on the replay.
Beautifully cut away for another couple of runs. Good bit of fielding from Vishmi Gunaratna. Michael, we've been talking a lot about women's sports in New Zealand. You've been here for now close to 2 years, and you being a cricket fan, you've got great memories. Good bit of fielding once again. Putting the bodies in line, this Sri Lankan team. so far generally, what has been your best cricketing memory, especially in Sri Lanka?
Oh well, that's a big question. I mean, I think the Test victory that Sri Lanka had over Australia last year was probably the best, both because it was, you know, a rare Test victory for Sri Lanka over Australia, although I know you've had more success against Australia than New Zealand has in men's Test cricket, but also it's probably the moment it happened. It was the height of the crisis in Sri Lanka, and I think the morale boost that it gave to people going through very difficult things at the time, it gave it an added significance, yeah. But I haven't had the chance to watch the Sri Lankan women's team much in Sri Lanka so far, which is another reason why I'm so pleased to have the White Ferns here to be able to see the next 6 matches.
Melika moves to 40. Yeah, all the 6 games will be broadcasted live on the Papare.com, Dialog Television Channel 126, and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, as well as on Dialog View. New Zealand 89 for 2 at the end of 17 overs. The bowling change. Experience Inoka Ranavira bowling her 3rd over. After this over, 10 overs remaining for the White Ferns. I think Melika holds a lot of responsibility now. She's the set batter.
Yeah, you'd think that she is probably the difference between a very good score and an excellent score if she is able to bat for the remaining 10 and a bit overs, as we know that she can. New Zealand should here get a very, very good score.
Yeah, as we just saw, there are dark clouds hovering around the ground, so we could see further interruptions. So it's, as we spoke earlier, it's very hard setting a score, especially in these interrupted games. But yeah, Sri Lankans will be looking to get this wicket. Melika, she's well set on 40. Inoka Ranavira, she's a seasoned campaigner. She's got a hat-trick against the White Ferns as well. It's the end of Melika. Easy catch for Deshika Prabodhini. Spoke about good fielding. The
yeah, I mean,
exact opposite happened.
I think Melika knew what she was doing there, knew the field was there, but did not quite hit it where she intended to. And as a result, she's going back to the pavilion.
A decent knock from Melika. 40 of 51 balls. Sri Lanka picks up the 3rd wicket. The White Ferns 89 for 3. The new batter, Maddie Green, joins her captain Sophie Divine Ino Karanabira, as I said earlier, very experienced campaigner. Go-to bowler for Captain Athapattu. Straight away, a slip in place for Green. She gets off the mark with a comfortable single. Michael, it's been a pleasure having you with us here at thepapare.com, and we hope to hear more from you. Maddie Green, 51 innings, over 1,000 runs, with the best score of 122. Plenty of cricket left in this tour.
Well, thanks. It's been wonderful being on here, and let's hope that the rain stays away.
18 overs completed. New Zealand 90 for 3.
15-year-old Kono has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
New Zealand women's skipper Bates, or rather Devine, sporting number 77, came out to the middle with the total on 77 at the fall of the second wicket when Susie Bates was dismissed for 28.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she goes about things now. Just 10 overs remaining in the innings.
Vishmi Gunaratna. Harshidi Ranasinghe yet to pick up a wicket. She's not been carted around so far. She's looked to put the ball in the right areas, in line with the stumps, didn't give the batters too much of room. First 5 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. The next 5 overs, 27 runs without losing a wicket. The third 5 over spell, they scored 32 runs and lost 1 wicket.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a pitch where you can just get going as soon as you come out to the pitch. None of the Sri Lankan bowlers have really gone for that many runs. But the New Zealanders have just managed to keep ticking along, keep the partnerships going. That partnership between Kerr and Bates was really important after that early wicket.
Madeline Green, Auckland born. Great all-round player when the occasion is there for her, especially in the 2020 format. Made room for herself. That's what she's capable of, Estelle.
Yeah, Kavisha Dilhari attempted a catch on that occasion at short mid-wicket, but get the feeling even if she was able to get a hand on that, would have flown through. Power generated by Sophie Divine. Just difficult to hold on to catches like that.
Great improvisation on that occasion. That was earlier in the innings. Oh, that's huge.
You get the feeling some of those, the owners of those buses out there are going to have a little bit of anxiety with Sophie Divine on strike. Like we mentioned before, such a clean striker of the ball, can clear the boundary quite easily. That's the end of the 19th over, 103 for 3.
second 50 of the innings came in less than 8 overs for the loss of 2 wickets for the White Ferns. Got to 50 in the 11th over, losing just Bernardine. Very good running between wickets. Very good understanding. Great response. The call has to be met and responded very quickly.
Yeah, it's been one of the points we've seen right throughout this innings, hasn't it? They've run well between the wickets, put the fielders under pressure. Maddie Green's role is going to be quite important, I feel, at this point of time in the game. Would be looking to give Sophie Devine as much strike as possible. Just 10 overs to go, a shortened game. They want to maximize those last 10 overs.
Yeah, with Devine in such good hitting form and rhythm. Oh. Could have been better.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier in the day. Gamini mentioned how Sri Lanka sometimes do fall behind in terms of their fielding. Saw that on that occasion as well. Have managed to hold on to all their catches today, but ground fielding has not been great.
Yeah, that was big in couple of deliveries. They messed up with Ranasinga's bowling figures. Come on, Mapat. Oh, that was unlucky, but it can come in any way. Maddie Green, she couldn't control that part of the play.
That will be hugely disappointing for New Zealand. Sophie Devine looking so good. Run out unfortunately at the non-strikers end. Maddie Green got that right off the meat of the bat, you feel? Ranavira did well to get her hands on it. Devine just backing up a little bit too far and she's caught short of her crease. Very, very unlucky dismissal for the White Ferns.
Just when she thought she was getting into the groove.
Yeah, and this is unfamiliar territory for Sri Lanka in ODIs against the White Ferns. I believe this is the first occasion where they've managed to pick up 4 wickets. Unfamiliar territory. They've got Brooke Halliday in now. Beg your pardon, it's Georgia Plimmer.
2 new batters relatively. This is where Chamari Atapattu needs to be smart with her field placements, with her bowling changes. Everybody will have to play their little part. A score of 17. Yes. Keep it in check. You've got to be very mindful of the fact whether you're going to keep the ball in line with the stumps, whether we are going to drop it a little bit short, in line with the stumps still.
A single to end that over. New Zealand now 106 for 4 in 20.
The last 5 overs, 23 runs have been added. 29 runs rather. New Zealand women have lost 2 wickets. So from now on, it will be a case of a cat and mouse story.
Yeah, I wonder if New Zealand weren't tempted to send Brooke Halliday in, the only left-hander in the New Zealand batting order. Especially when you've got someone like Inoka Ranavira bowling so well from one end.
They need to be sharp. They need to stop that flow of runs, not give an easy second, always cut down by attacking the ball, send in a quick flat return, back up your throws. Right down leg side. Can't do too many things. That he just lost the line altogether. Well, that's a teasing spell. Good line and length, inviting the batter to get onto the front foot. Probably leave the crease. Can create opportunities.
Yeah, Ushati Ranasinghe has been around the Sri Lankan cricketing scene for years now. Plenty of experience under her belt. Should know what to do in these situations. She's done well so far. Apart from those boundaries by Sophie Devine, has bowled a pretty good spell so far.
Yet to pick up a wicket, though. It will annoy you. You bowl a good line and length, and all together the batter plays a switch hit. That's the modern game, though. A little bit undecisive on that occasion, Plima.
That's what she needs to do, Georgia Plima. Just keep rotating the strike, give Maddie Green as much strike as possible. 111 for 4 New Zealand after 21 overs.
The best was the 60-run partnership for the second wicket between Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr. Second 50 coming in now, just 49 balls.
I think that partnership between Bates and Kerr was important because after that early wicket, they were able to kind of put together a partnership, keep themselves in the game on a track that isn't that easy to bat on, easy to get started on.
In fairness, I think Sri Lanka ladies have done well to make the batters work hard for their runs. Yes, there have been instances where they have been a little bit slack in line and length, and a little bit better on the field would have helped their cause, but altogether not all lost so far.
Once again, just a little opportunity, maybe a half chance on that occasion to get the ball in, catch the batter shot. Doesn't field it cleanly, Udeshika Prabodhini. Those are the areas that Sri Lanka really need to build themselves up in.
If you attack the ball and then make a clean pickup and send it quickly, who knows? You may be looking at a close run-out situation. Saw the ball given a little bit more air on that occasion. Plima.
That's the skill of Inoka Ranavira, isn't it? She knows when to use that flight, to vary her pace, get the batters thinking.
decent rate of scoring, almost close to 5.5. They maintain that and get to something like 6 runs and over. That's a good score on this track. Down the track and a long way out. That's the second maximum of the inning.
Yeah, superb shot from Maddie Green. Doesn't try to cross bat it. Goes straight over the head of Vinoka Ranavira.
Got out of a crease and moved towards leg stump to make room for that big shot. That was quality stuff at the same time. Ooh. Stay away, rain, stay away.
Yeah, I think neither team will be wanting any more interruptions to this game. Both coming out of series against Bangladesh where 2 games were washed out.
Putting the bowler under pressure. Oh, it's downhill. That was well played. Couple of balls, 10 runs. Ranavira expensive after 5 overs. 1 for 29.
Great improvisation on that occasion. And how fast has this outfield been despite the rain early on in the day? Or getting to the boundary with no fuss. 22 overs done. New Zealand now 124 for 4.
They have so far added 19 runs and it has come quickly. Sugandhika Kumari introduced into the attack once again, one of the wicket takers.
Yes, she picked up that crucial wicket of Bernardine Bezudenhout. Nice. I think that might have been the only delivery that spun in that spell from her.
This is probably a difficult time for you to come and settle down because the batters are prepared to leave the crease and go for the big shots too. Again, see, they're minimizing on the dot balls. These are important area of education for anybody watching the cricket. And we are live on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, the papare.com. Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, Dialog Television Channel 126 and Dialog View app. Say something, Esther.
So you've got these pictures up. Want to show what the Sri Lankan women can do against one of the top sides in the world.
Again, coming out to meet Sugandhika Kumari. She did well. She saw it. Just held it back a little bit. Good cricket.
Yeah, I think she's been really smart with her bowling today.
Sloppy. The skipper.
Yeah, once again, the good work done by the bowler undone in the field. Sloppy fielding, ground fielding has not been great today.
Trying to pick it up with one hand. Surely, Carmen Mapadon is the fielding coach. You've got to support your bowlers full time. 23 completed. New Zealand women electing to bat 128 for 4.
Aggression is what we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
New Zealand 128 for 4 after 23 overs. The fall of wickets, first one falling when the score was 17, and then a 6-run stand for the second wicket, and then they lost the third and the fourth wickets quite quickly after that. But here they are, a little partnership brewing once again for the White Ferns, a partnership of 23. Maddie Green on 19 and Georgia Plymouth on 7. Is Udeshika Prabodhini bowling her 5th over. Is cut away by Maddie Green. They get back for 2. 5 overs to go, Gavini. What do you reckon? They're on 130 now.
It has been a funny old game, really. Just 9 4s and 2 6s in this innings, and it just shows that White Fern batters have been pretty busy running between wickets. Plenty of singles and 2s. That will be called wide. It is a nice little hand from Maddie, 21 off 16. Not the easiest track to get used to as you come in. You need to get used to the speeds. She's been covering that off stump from the time she walked in. See how she's batting just outside the off stump?
Yes, Maddie Green showed that she has the conventional strokes down the ground, and also the cheeky little reverse sweeps as well in the early over. Against Sri Lanka's best spinner, Karanavira, she didn't hesitate to use the reverse sweep. Yes, Udeshika Prabodhini this time swept away by Maddie Green, and that will be another boundary.
That's really smart. Like I just mentioned a moment ago, she's batting on off stump. Most of the boundary riders are in front of her. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. So the bowlers really can't stay on line. But that was pitched outside the leg stump. It's a lovely helping shot. So boundary early in the innings, and in the over rather.
Yes, Prabodhini.
That's well bowled. The field that has been set by Atapattu, there's not a lot of margin for error, is there? And you've got to be pretty much dead on the stumps.
This Prabodhini once again. This time it's Plymouth, goes down the ground. Doesn't get the connection she wanted to. It will only be a single as it falls short of the fielder.
I think that was intentionally played, Laksisi. She didn't want to hit it too hard. It was just a cheap shot. You need to have good loose hands to play shots like that. Releasing your wrist through the line.
Here's Maddie Green. And they get back for 2 as well this time. Maddie Green and Georgia Plymouth running between the wickets has been really good from these 2 batters. That's the end of the 24th over. New Zealand 139 for 4. They have 4 more overs remaining. This partnership is 34 for the 5th wicket.
Season 1, Danuma. Season 2, Charitavaliya. Season 3, Krida Viplava.
Current rate 5.79. 24 balls to go. Legitimate deliveries, that is. So if they can get around that 180, I think White Ferns will be quite happy. Taken on the full. Yeah, by any stretch of imagination, it doesn't look really a big score, but conditions that we've got today, pitch is pretty much on the slower side, as the ball gets older, it's difficult to play helping shots and use the speed. One important element is that whether the white fern spinners will be able to extract something out of this surface. Having said that, I think it's been mentioned a few times how some of these bowlers have few stints in India. So, miss hit for another single. Yeah, they'll have a fairly good idea on which speeds and which fields that they need to operate on.
Well, when it comes to the spinners for the White Ferns, Gamini, the same player who put Sri Lanka in a lot of trouble as a batter. Emilia Kerr scored 40, and that's brilliant from Georgia Plymouth. Goes down the ground. It will be another boundary. The partnership moves to 40. Coming back to that point, Gamini, it's going to be Amelia Kerr who will trouble Sri Lanka a lot. A handy leg spinner. She has taken 77 wickets in her career in just 59 games. So in this surface, I think Amelia Kerr may very well be a handful for the White Ferns. Sugandhika Kumari, penultimate delivery of a fifth over. Slightly short, but unable to get it away. Straight towards Harshita Samaravikrama. The run rate still below 6 at the moment. Here's Georgia Plymouth. Tries to go down the ground once again, but straight towards the fielder down and long on. That's the end of this 25th over. New Zealand 146 for 4.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
The fall of wickets for New Zealand. Their best partnership, 60 for the second wicket between Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr. Here's Karanavira. Georgia Plymouth uses her feet brilliantly. Goes over the mid-on fielder. That goes for the boundary. And the bowler under a lot of pressure very early in the over.
I think particularly a player of a caliber like Georgia, you need to have that feeling there at long on. She likes to go through the line of the ball. I think the change has been done. Deep extra cover comes inside the circle now. Again with minimum effort, just easy pickings really. Hitting through the line. Sri Lanka had a little opportunity, didn't they? At 105 for 4 when Sophie Devine was run out. But this has been a very good partnership. 45 off 33.
This time Georgia Plymouth once again goes down the ground.
Again a very good shot. Chip shot. You don't see a lot of batters trying this shot in conditions like in Australia and New Zealand because the ball comes on pretty easily. You can time that ball too well and that will end up at someone's throat long on. But wickets like in Sri Lanka, if you continue your bottom hand with an angle bat, you'll be able to play those shots. Can be a very efficient shot really. New Zealand batters have been pretty efficient. Like I said, there are not a lot of boundaries. Ranavira saw her coming, pitched his shot, but still had the audacity to work that ball towards the leg side for another comfortable single. It'll be interesting to find out how many dot balls in this New Zealand innings. I can guarantee you that not many.
And the White Ferns, they have managed to adapt to the conditions quite quickly, Gamini. As you said, they ran between the wickets very well. This time, Inogoranavira fires on towards her legs. They managed to steal a run. They have used their feet really well. They have used the reverse sweep to brilliance here as well. And also, they have put Inogoranavira under a lot of pressure. That has been the characteristic. And then once again, this time Maddie Green goes for the reverse sweep, and it will go for another boundary.
It has been a pretty effective shot for the White Ferns. Susie Bates tried that. Amelia Kerr tried that as well with a lot of success. And this time it's Maddie. 34 of 24. Georgia going at runner ball.
Inogoranavira going at a rate over 6. That's something which we rarely see, Gamini. Shows that they have targeted the best ball of Sri Lanka. The final delivery of Inogoranavira's spell. And this is Maddie Green. Will this go for boundary? No. Harshita Samaravikrama manages to cut it off. So they take 2 runs to end the 26th over. The White Ferns 159 for 4. The final 2 overs of the New Zealand innings, they're 159 for 4, maintaining a run rate just over 6.
Yeah, interestingly, the first time in this innings that White Ferns have gone above runner ball, thanks to a very productive over, that last one. I think one bowler who has got the speed right is Sugandhika. That's why the figures read decent figures. There was one for 26. And also one important factor that you need to discuss is that Laksisi, this wicket is not going to deteriorate much. It's going to stay true, and so Sri Lankans can have an equal shot at this. Probably they'll have to come up with their very best batting performance. Well, where did that miss? Was it off the bat? It's a given, boys. My.
4 valuable runs to the White Ferns. Sugandhika Kumari bowling a slightly quicker delivery, and Anushka Sanjeevani had no real chance to gather that. Went right in between the eggs of Maddie Green.
She's had a good game so far, the wicketkeeper from Sri Lanka. But just that last one, just stood up just a fraction too early. Not the easiest thing when the ball comes from between the batter's pad and the bat. Again, a wild heave towards leg side. Happy with one. So it just shows the depth of this Wild Ferns batting lineup. Like I mentioned, they were in a spot of bother when they were 105 for 4. 2-4. Wanted to get under that one. Georgia. Well bowled. As you can see, the last 18 balls. How many dot balls in the last 18 balls? 1, 2, 3. That's why, even without a lot of boundaries, they've been able to maintain a run rate of 6.19.
They have scored just 4 boundaries in the last 3 overs, but as Gamni mentioned, there have been only 4 dot balls. 3 in fact. Only 3 dot balls in the last 3 overs. They have run twos 2 times, and in the rest of the deliveries they have managed to get at least a single. Opens up a bit. Maddie Green tries to take it away on her offside, but unable to get it away. Straight towards Sugandhika Kumari. That's the end of her spell. Sugandhika Kumari 1 for 28 in her 6 overs. The pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka today. New Zealand 166 for 4.
There are some fabulous shots played in this partnership. There are plenty of helping shots, plenty of shots with force, power. There is another helping one. Playing the field. She got good hands, doesn't she? Loose hands from either side. There's another example. Through the line of the ball. That went the distance. Very productive partnership, 61 off 44. Comes down the track straight to Chamari Athapattu at extra cover.
This partnership, what it did was, Gamini, that just when Sri Lanka were gaining some momentum, they managed to completely halt that. The 50th partnership, Maddie Green, a contribution of 37, and Plymouth, contribution of 21. And here's Plymouth once again tries to go down the ground, uses her feet, but can only get a single.
Yeah, they will need a couple of boundaries to get to that 180.
Four more deliveries remaining in the final over. The White Ferns 167 for 4. They try to get back for 2, and that will be the 5th wicket. Plymouth unable to get back on time. Good collection from Prabodhini.
Yeah, key was a throw. One bounce right above the bails. Udeshika didn't have to do much, just had to collect it. But Plymouth did the correct thing, sacrificing. Dilhari is one of these fielders from Sri Lankan side who's got a strong arm. So it was a dangerous thing to take the throw on, but she did the right thing. Like I said, sacrificing her wicket to a better cause. Georgia. So 168 for 4. Maddie Green on strike.
Fuller delivery by Prabodhini. Unable to get it away. A great last over so far from the experienced campaigner for Sri Lanka. Now she must make sure that she completes the final over without giving away much runs. This is brilliant. Yes, Prabodhini runs in once again. It will be just a single. So one more delivery remaining. Brooke Halliday, the new batter, 20 games, 393 runs, average of 21.83 and a strike rate of 72.37, highest score of 60. Halliday will be facing the final delivery.
We are seeing a left-hander for the first time.
No, in fact, she is the only left-hander in the whole White Ferns squad. And here's Halliday. Strokes it down the ground. Tries to get back for two, but unable to do so. So only a single, a brilliant final over from Udeshika Prabodhini. New Zealand, they end on 170 for the loss of 5 wickets in their 28 overs. Maddie Green with a brilliant 38 from 31 deliveries to give them a good finish.
Yeah, I think Sri Lankans will be happy, particularly with the last couple of overs. White Ferns could have easily gone away with 2 big ones and go beyond 180, but 2 good overs kept them down to 170. New Zealand skipper wanted around 180, didn't she, at the toss? But that was off 29 overs, so 1 over was reduced in the middle. So 170, still a formidable total, I reckon. Particularly when you take the conditions into consideration. Pitch is bit too pace, and Sri Lankans just one gentle medium pacey, and all of 5 bowlers were used, and out of 28, 23 overs of spin.
Yes, Prabodhini the only pacer in the Sri Lankan attack. So Sri Lanka's chase will depend a lot on how they adapt to the conditions and how they handle bowlers like Amelia Kerr and Lia Tahuhu. Yes, the batting card for New Zealand. The openers managed to get a slightly good opening partnership. Sugandhika Kumari taking that first wicket of Bernardine Besudenhout. Susie Bates scoring 28. Amelia Kerr top scored with 40. Sophie Devine, the skipper, only made 19. Maddie Green got out in the final over, scoring 38. And Georgia Plymouth made 23. And Brooke Halliday scored just 1 run as he faced only the final delivery of their innings. And there were 8 extras, 2 wides, 1 leg bye, 1 no ball, and 4 byes. So it's fair to say very good bowling from the Sri Lankan bowlers. They have been very good with their discipline. They have given away just 2 wides and only 1 no ball was bowled. So the total for New Zealand 170 for the loss of 5 wickets in 28 overs.
Chamari Athapattu used 5 bowlers. Udeshika started the innings. Oshadi with the right arm off spin. Sugandhika left arm. Kavisha and Inoka, the 3 wicket takers, 1 apiece. 2 run outs in the innings. But easily you can make a case for a couple of them really. Sugandhika, the best out of the Sri Lankan bowlers with 1 for 28.
And when you look at the partnerships, the 5th wicket stand of 63 really made sure that Sri Lanka didn't make a comeback in this game, because they took 3 wickets in very quick time in that middle phase. But Maddie Green and Georgia Plymouth with that 63 run stand made sure they got to a very good total.
Yeah, but Sri Lankans need is 2 good partnerships. Preferably, these are some of the innings highlights. That was the first boundary of the White Ferns innings. There were a lot of reverse sweeps, weren't they? And that one held. There was a bit of bite from the surface. That was well bowled by Sugandhika. She asked a few questions from the New Zealand batters. Yes. Susie Bates didn't look comfortable at the start, but as the innings went on, one thing you could see was that most of the New Zealand batters were looking to play on the back foot simply because of the speed of the track. They had enough time. That was brilliantly played as she came in Melia. That was off the free hit. Ranavira picked up a wicket.
I think the thing about Susie Bates was that she just couldn't adapt to the pace of this wicket as early as Amelia Kerr did, as you said, Gamini. It's a two-paced pitch.
I think this turning point was when Sophie Devine was run out in that fashion. The two balls she faced before that went for 6 and 4. So I think that minimized the damage as far as the Sri Lankans were concerned.
Yeah,
but this was a brilliant partnership at the end. Green and
Plymouth getting the job done for their team. Sophie Devine, as you said, she was getting all ready to cut loose, but that wicket really halted the momentum for New Zealand. But these two, Green and Plymouth, they made sure they got to a respectable score, a good score. A score where they had a run rate of over 6 at the end. Is that final wicket, a very good throw from Kavisha Dilhari and a very good collection from Udeshika Prabodhini. And then Udeshika Prabodhini, can't forget, bowled a brilliant last over. So Gamini, Sri Lanka and New Zealand, they have faced each other 10 times, and New Zealand, they have won all of them. To make sure that they register their first ever win against New Zealand, Sri Lanka will have to chase down 171 in 28 overs. It's going to be not going to be an easy chase, but Sri Lanka can definitely get the job done if the top order can make some useful contributions.
so we are going to have a little break on the other side of it with the Sri Lankan run chase.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
The ABR Pay News Cup, Sri Lanka versus India Women's ODI Series.
And it's heads. Congratulations, Chamari. You won the toss. What are you going to do?
I just back my batting lineup because we have good batting lineup. So I'm stick with our plan. So we decide bat first.
It's a good toss to win, I believe, for Chamari Atapat to just one important change to the Sri Lankan 11 that played that final T20. Rashmi De Silva making her debut for Sri Lanka here. For India, Meghna Singh, Harleen Deol and Rajeshwari Gaikwad coming in. Simran Bahadur, Sabineni Meghana and Radha Yadav missing out from that last T20 in Dambulla.
And that's in the gap. The outfield is relatively fast here, and that's the first boundary just in the second delivery of the match for Hasini Pereira. And that's powerfully driven by Hasini Pereira, and that's the second boundary of the first over. Taking her time here. And that's the first wicket. The skipper Chamari Atapattu departs for two. A big wicket for India.
Just a slight edge, easily grabbed by Yastika Bhatia behind the stumps.
3 in the second and 80 in the third match. And that's driven away by Hasni Pera once again. And this is her third boundary.
Thakur and Meghna Singh have bowled really well to kick things off for India.
Hasni Pera finds the gap once again. And that will be her fourth boundary.
Concern for her. Well struck. Wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's the fifth boundary for the left-hander.
That's a catch and taken.
This is exactly what I said. That pressure was building on her.
He was very eager to get off the mark. Got too close to that, didn't have the elevation. Catch it was the call. And Vastraka mid-off obliged. Yeah, the mid-wicket fielder actually came across to extra cover catching position. Well, that's a slash. Got a good piece of that. It's running down to deep third man, and it's a teaser. Nah, fielder is not going to get there. He's holding the bat from the middle of the handle. That's a good shot. That's a magnificent shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Enough timing on it, and that's another teaser.
Hello and good evening. Welcome back to the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Sri Lanka women's reply to the New Zealand women who won the toss, selected to bat and scored 170 for the loss of 5 wickets in the allotted 28 overs. The game had a late start and it was further reduced by 1 over per side because of rain middle of the inning. But it is going to be a challenging total. It's a good one for the New Zealand ladies who made runs almost at will with 2 half-century partnerships.
Yeah, Haritha, everyone has contributed to the cause, especially Emily K, who scored 40, the top scorer, Melika, and then Maddie Green with a good 38 down the order. Georgia Plima with a vital 23. So the captain Divine, she wanted somewhere around 150, 170 at the toss, and they've got that. And now it's time for the bowlers to defend this. The Sri Lankan bowling attack, the spinners Sugandhika Kumari, Kavisha Dilhari and Karanavira picked up a wicket apiece, but that economy rate, 3 bowlers have conceded more than 6 runs per over. That will be a worrying factor, especially for the bowling coach Umesh Vijay Sirivardhana going further into this tour, Haritha.
Yeah, I think Kaman Mapatam, the fielding coach, will also have a bit to say to the Sri Lankan team who didn't look sharp on the field.
Here are the 5 wickets. That was Bernadine, the first to fall of Sugandhika Kumari's bowling.
It was 1 for 17. She was gone for 13.
This was Susie Bates being castled by young Kavisha Dilhari. This was Melika of Inoka Ranavira's bowling. Then towards the end there were 2 more dismissals, run-outs. Very unfortunate for Captain Sophie. And this was Maddie Green.
Apart from that, you got to understand that the New Zealand women, whenever they were looking a little bit tight, they rotated the strike very well. Minimum of dot balls conceded by them, and Sri Lanka had to play a heavy price. Going at over 6 runs and over in reply on this wicket is not going to be easy, unless of course Sri Lanka's only centurion in women's limited overs cricket, 50 over cricket, the skipper always would be a big story. Chamari Athapattu. She didn't bowl today, and she's expected to bat through if Sri Lanka women are able to put something on the board.
She's just shy of 49 runs for that 3,000 run mark, 92 innings. She'll need a good performance today.
178 not out against Australia, her highest.
She'll be accompanied by Vishmi Gunaratne, the teenager. Leah Tahu will open the bowling for the White Ferns. She's got a slip and a gully in place. Straight away runs for Chamari Athapattu. She'll get a couple of runs. Sri Lanka starts off well. They need to score above 6 runs per over from the beginning, Haritha.
The Gokarela girl, and it's Tahu's figures 5 for 37, picked up 94 wickets, played 84 matches. That's a lot of cricket behind her. Usually on target. Missed by the keeper, was not a safe collection. Burden hot. Opening the batting. Behind wickets. Athapattu got a little bit of bat on that one. Throwing a bat at almost everything that was outside of stump.
Yeah, the challenge for Chamari and Vishmi will be how they exploit the power play. Haritha, they have 6 overs of power play. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. They need to maximize it.
Angled across her body. Again, playing and missing. Brilliant striker of the ball on her day. She can be quickly dismissed too. Played away from his body. Her body rather. She has 600s and 15 50s. So she can bat alright. Born in Gokarela in the Northwestern Province. Yes, that's what she was waiting for.
That's the first boundary for Chamari Athapattu. She hit it upishly over the extra cover field. Pitched up. That's bread and butter for Chamari Athapattu, the Sri Lankan captain.
Product of Gokarela Central and Nibagamo Central in the Northwestern Province. She initially played for Kurunegala Youth, now a much sought out franchise cricketer around the world. She has played in India, Pakistan, Australia, Hong Kong, the West Indies, and a really big performer.
This is something you won't see
It's
every day.
entirely on papare.com. Entirely. Yeah, I think you can go through this.
Yeah, throughout this tour of New Zealand women traveling in Sri Lanka for the very first time, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s will be played from 27th June, which is today, until 12th July. All the action will be brought to you by thepapare.com and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, Dialog Television Channel 126, and on Dialog View app. First over completed, Sri Lanka 7 for none.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
It's getting a little bit dark, very ominous, dangerous dark cloud coming over the Butterfly Bridge to the right of us. That's a danger area. You know the location here in Galle.
Captain Sophie Devine will be bowling from the pavilion end to her counterpart, Chamari Athapattu. She's a well-renowned all-rounder. But after a pretty long time, she's taking the new ball right on the money from Captain Sophie.
Yeah,
for the Royal Challengers Bangalore in the Women's Premier League.
She's played in England, Australia and India.
Chamari Athapattu. Oh! Would have been a great catch. But Chamari lives on. She'll take those risks. But this is limited overs cricket and a rain interrupted shortened game. Fully stretched there. That's Susie Bates at short extra cover. Here are the stats of Sophie Devine. 89 wickets, best of 3 for 24. She has played over 130 games. Very well experienced campaigner.
30-year-old Wellington born Vishmi Gunaratna, the young star for Sri Lanka women's cricket, still at school.
Yeah, both teams have representatives from the inaugural Under-19 Women's World Cup. Haritha Vishmi for Sri Lanka and likes of Fran Jonas for New Zealand. She gets off the mark. Vishmi Gunaratna beautifully leaned on for a couple of runs. She's very, very good on her front foot.
Yeah, she's for a Sri Lankan lass, she's strong too. The 18-year-old who's still schooling at Gampaha, Ratnavali Balika Vidyalaya, plays for Chilla Omarians. Tempting the youngster. She's not willing to go so far outside of stump. So this is an area where the Sri Lanka women will have to concentrate. I'm sure Alinda Varnapura, who is the batting coach, minimize on the dot balls that you will concede to the opposition.
She finds the gap once again. Vishmi Gunaratna. Another couple of runs. Since it's a 50-over game, Haritha, we need to see both teams playing 20 overs a minimum. End of 2 overs, 11 for none, Sri Lanka.
Trying to get a decent start is very important. Mentioned 6 overs of power play. It was a relatively quiet start for the New Zealand women after they won the toss and elected to bat. Of the first 5 overs, they made only 18. losing the wicket of Bernardine Buzzard-Hort. Into the gap. Go fetch it. That's Chamari Athapattu for the second time into the cover region.
Ideal start for this over for the Sri Lankan captain Chamari Athapattu. Lia Tahuhu will need to adjust her length. She can bring it back a little shorter. She'll be in business. That's much better line also, Haritha.
Yeah, Athapattu is a canny customer. Sometimes premeditated shots, sometimes he's too far away, being carried away. 33-year-old Christchurch-born Liamari Tahuhu. Brilliantly played once again. Pure timing and placement. Third boundary for the Sri Lanka women's captain.
This is a treat here in goal. Straight away, the White Ferns skipper going to a bowler. There's not much wrong in that delivery, Haritha. It's just brilliant batting.
The quality of Chamari Athapattu's batting. She's made 200s against the top women's team in the world, Australia.
Yeah, straight away, a change in the field. Sophie gets that fine leg fielder into the circle, and she has pushed the sweeper back. It's a much better comeback from Leah.
See, the slip is also there, so she has to be very careful what she's trying to do. The ball is being angled across her body. Fair pace for Leah Tahuhu. Oh, well bowled. Bernardine Buzzard-Hort keeping wickets. They're trying to feed her outside that off stump and get her to make the mistake of playing it away from her body. Chamari Athapattu. She's made a lot of runs in domestic school cricket. One of the leading schools that have a girls team in the country, Vishmi Gunratna. She has still not lived up to her full potential at international level in this format.
End of the third over. Sri Lanka 21 for none. For all those who are watching this coverage, this is the first ODI between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women. New Zealand won the toss. They made 170 for the loss of 5 wickets. As per DL calculations, Sri Lanka need 172 to win in 28 overs. The match was reduced to 29 overs at the start, but another slight rain interruption further reduced it to 28 overs. The match commenced at 1:30 local time. It's a part of the ICC Women's Championship also, Haritha, and Sri Lanka, they've never beaten New Zealand in any of the formats.
You can count out the 5-day format. Yeah, the 5-day format between England and Australia. Ladies, what a match it was. The Ashes.
Wonderful stroke. That's the first maximum for Chamari Athapattu. She's putting on a show here in Galle, the Sri Lankan captain.
Keep going. She has to be there long enough, be successful enough. That ball was pitched on her pads. She didn't need a second invitation.
For all those who've grown up watching cricket in the 90s and early 2000s, they would have known similar sort of flick of the pads by a certain left-hander in the men's game. And I'm sure Chamari Athapattu would have also seen. That's how Sana Jayasuriya played his cricket back in the day. And now Chamari Athapattu, time and time again, she has delivered for Sri Lanka in both T20s and in ODIs. But today, as the captain, it's a daunting task. Now straight away, two fielders out in the deep. Once again, takes on the field. Straight to the mid-on fielder.
Almost carried to her. Almost.
Yeah, that's Hannah Rowe at mid-on.
The slip goes out. There's a lot of defensive work inside the 30-yard circle. That's poor bowling.
That's her fourth boundary. She has 4 fours and a 6. 4 overs completed. Sri Lanka 31 for none.
Promising start by the Sri Lanka openers. They'll have to sustain that. Keep doing well.
Bowling change straight away. Captain Sophie bringing on the young left-arm spinner Fran Jonas. She too played in that under-19 Women's World Cup. She's bowling to the Sri Lankan under-19 captain Vishmi Gunaratne. Good for these youngsters getting this opportunity. Fran Jonas playing her first series in Sri Lanka. She's still 19 years of age.
Auckland born, best of 2 for 22. She's picked up 8 wickets in 11 matches. Long and successful career awaits her. She lives up to her full potential. This will certainly be a learning experience. Bowling to Chamari Athapattu.
She's got protection on the long off and a deep mid wicket outside the 30-yard circle. The power play is 6 overs. She takes on the young teenager. That's another boundary for Chamari Athapattu.
Still in the power play, you can do all those things. Flighted, almost just short of the boundary.
This is a great start from Sri Lanka, courtesy of their captain Chamari Athapattu. She's on 31. Straight away, plenty of pressure for this youngster. Good comeback from Jonas.
So she's thinking that so far in 4 balls we've seen great variation. Getting to know to bowl in these circumstances in this part of the world.
That went on with the arm. Chamari cautiously defending it. How she takes on the spinners of White Ferns, that will determine a lot in this run chase.
Craig Howard is the spin bowling coach for them on this tour. Good comeback deliveries in the back of the over. 5 completed. Sri Lanka women 36 without loss.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
We're going to see spin from both ends. Captain Sophie Devine opting to employ spin from both ends at this picturesque Galle International Cricket Stadium. It's going to be Eden Carson, the right arm off spinner. She'll be bowling from the pavilion end. This is the first ODI between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women. We are bringing you these live pictures on Dialog Television Channel 126. Eden Carson, another young right arm off spinner. She's played only 1 game.
She's picked up 3 for 31 in that game. Dunedin born.
Slight misfield. And Vishnu Gunaratne will give the strike back to her captain, Chamari Athapattu. That was Leah Tahu who made the mistake. Sri Lanka still need further 135 runs.
Yeah, at least in that first 5 overs they were well in front. New Zealand women by 18 for 1. Sri Lanka women 36 for no loss after the first 5 overs. The last of the power play overs being bowled. The next 5 balls will define whether that particular run had any impact on Chamari Athapattu's innings.
Eden Carson also has a long off and a deep mid wicket in place for Chamari. She has a long on and a deep mid wicket for Vishmi. This will be the last over in the first power play. After that, Captain Sophie will be able to push 2 more fielders to the boundary rope. So far it's been a good start.
Yeah, she started off well, keeping the ball well in line with the stumps, not giving the batters the freedom to free their arms. Considering dot balls, that will be a area that they'll have to work very efficiently to minimize it. Vishmi's role will be to occupy the crease and support her captain.
That's exactly what Vishmi is doing here.
bit of a challenge to be bowling during the power play, but Eden Carson has so far done well in the 5 balls which he has bowled. Good first over for her. She conceded 3 runs. End of 6 Sri Lanka women in reply. 39 without loss.
A very good start for Sri Lanka. They need 133 more runs in 22 overs. Managed to score 39 in the power play. Chamari Athapattu doing bulk of the scoring, making 32 from 26, and Vishnu Gunaratne being the watchful one out of the 2 on 7 after facing 10 deliveries. Here's Fran Jonas, the left arm spinner for the White Ferns. Yes, a very good start for Sri Lanka. They are well on their way to make a mark for themselves if they can chase this down.
Yeah, it's been an excellent start. I'm really interested to see what the thinking is, because usually we see Athapattu taking those 10 to 12 deliveries to get herself in. Not today though. Looks to be in a mood to really go after the bowling. Went after Lia Tahuhu early in the innings. And she's given Sri Lanka that little bit of hope that they can chase down the total. But of course, a lot will depend on how this partnership goes. We know Sri Lanka have struggled with the bat over the last decade or so without Athapattu's contribution. So her wicket will be crucial for the White Ferns as well.
Yes, a lot will depend on how long she bats as well, Chamari Athapattu. So far she has been good. Had some close calls in that power play, but she's still there. It will give the youngster a lot of confidence as well, Vishnu Gunaratne. Now here's the left arm spinner Fran Jonas. Takes a single, Chamari Athapattu.
Yeah, the way she's played, she's given Vishmi that little bit of room to get herself in. Gunaratne, like Haritha mentioned before, hasn't really lived up to potential so far, particularly in ODI cricket, but she's very, very early into her career. Sure, there's a lot more to come from her. When she gets the support of this kind from Athapattu, it makes things a lot easier.
Is Vishnu Gunaratne facing the young spinner. That will be wide as well. A little mishap from the White Ferns keeper. They managed to steal a single. As you mentioned, the Vishnu, from the little that we have seen so far, she's someone who takes her time to settle down. So this is very good for her. Her captain is still out there on the other end. So if she can settle down and make this a big knock, then Sri Lanka will be well on their way to chase this down.
Sri Lanka, of course, have not beaten the White Ferns in any format of the game on the women's side of things. Played them in 10 ODIs in the past. To be honest, haven't really even gotten close. But this is the first ODI they're playing since 2017. So a lot has changed since then, since that last defeat.
Is Jonas to Chamari Athapattu. Drives it away for a single. So far, so good by the 2 Sri Lankan openers. Sailing along smoothly. Required run rate just over 6. Yes, Jonas against Gunaratne. Unable to take the single. That's the end of the 7th over. Sri Lanka 44 for no loss.
There you go, the fixtures for this New Zealand tour of Sri Lanka. The 3 ODIs, part of the women's, the ICC Women's Championship from the 27th of June to the 3rd of July, and then we move to Colombo for the 320s, which will be played at the Pisara Oval from the 8th to the 12th of July. 6 exciting games await, and you can watch it all on the papare.com platform, Sri Lanka YouTube channel, as well as Dialog TV Channel 126 and the Dialog View app.
There's a lot of platforms for you to catch the live action. The New Zealand women's team here in Sri Lanka for a bilateral series for the very first time. Eden Carson to bowl her second over. Down the leg side. There has to be a wide. Yes, that's a wide. Another run added to the total of Sri Lanka.
This will be a really big a time to learn for Eden Carson and Fran Jonas as well. Two youngsters bowling in tandem against one of the biggest hitters in the women's game. Be interesting to see what kind of fields are set for them, what kind of tactics are set, particularly if Athapattu decides to go after one of the bowlers.
And also on the men's side of the things, ST Sri Lanka, they are facing Scotland in the World Cup qualifiers, and they have been bundled out for 245 inside 46 overs. So Scotland with a very good chance to upset one of the tournament favourites. They need 246 in 50 overs.
Yeah, essentially a Super 6 game, isn't it? Whoever wins this carries those 2 extra points into the next round. So Sri Lanka will have to do really well to defend that total.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, they really don't want to fall in the same mess as West Indies, because they'll go to Super 6 without any points.
Back to the action here. A couple of field changes. That's been good from Sophie Devine so far today. Very proactive in the field, not willing to let the game just drift away.
Eden Carson down the leg side. Partnership of 46 in 45 deliveries for the opening wicket. Required run rate well under control.
I think it's at this point that you'll really need someone like Vishmi Gunaratne to rotate the strike, not get stuck on one end. It's been Sri Lanka's downfall in the past as well when it comes to the batters. Apart from Athapattu, unable to rotate. We saw how well the New Zealanders did that out today.
Yes, exactly. They can take a page out of the book of the White Ferns, how they batted. They ran their singles and the twos very well. As you can see, in the last 18 balls, there have been 10 dot balls. That means majority of the last 3 overs have been dots. The fact that Chamari Athapattu got off to a flyer is the reason Sri Lanka is still managing a run rate of 6. Down the leg side. And that's flicked away by Chamari Athapattu, and that will bring up the 50 partnership for the first wicket as well. That's the end of the 8th over. Sri Lanka 51 for the loss of no wicket.
It's been a brilliant start from Sri Lanka, 51 for no loss after 8 wickets. In comparison, the Kiwis were in a bit of trouble, 35 for 1. But this is when Amelia Kerr and Susie Bates came together, put on a big partnership, got them out of trouble. Kerr now with the ball in hand, crucial part of this White Ferns bowling attack as well.
As this is an important part of this game, Amelia Kerr, and how Chamari Athapattu manages Amelia Kerr will most probably seal the fate of this game as well, because Sri Lanka, they will rely heavily on their skipper. Here's Amelia Kerr against Vishmi Gunaratne. Tossed up to go off. Takes a single. Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yeah, smart cricket from Sophie Devine also to bring the leg spinner in from this end. making sure that if Athapattu wants to go over the leg side with the spin, she's going to have to go against the breeze that's coming in from the sea.
These are stats. Amelia Kerr, 59 games, 77 wickets, best bowling of 5 for 17. A juicy full toss against Chamari Athapattu. Probably tried to give it too much air.
Yeah, just on Amelia Kerr, comes from a real cricketing background, doesn't she? Her granddad, Bruce Murray, played for New Zealand. Both parents, I believe, played for Wellington. And, of course, older sister Jessica also represents the White Ferns. Must have been fun at home.
Yes, indeed, ST. I mean, she was supposed to come here as well, her older sister, but had to pull out because of an injury. Amelia Kerr made a name for herself straight away in the international scene. With her batting, with her bowling. She's a good fielder as well.
Yeah, I believe she was the youngest New Zealander to be offered a central contract. Feels like she's been part of this team for forever, but she's only 22 years of age, so long way to go for her in her career.
Yes, Amelia Kerr. She has backed up all the supporters because the New Zealand Cricket Board, they supported her, they believed in her, and she has backed up that with the performances in the international level.
Just getting that little bit of extra spin, isn't she? The wrist spinner. Didn't see much spin in that first innings where Sri Lanka bowled. Just a couple of deliveries from Sugandhika Kumari. She's coming round the wicket on this occasion.
Goes down the ground, Chamari Athapattu, and that will be a boundary. Very well executed from the Sri Lankan skipper. That's also the end of the 9th over. Sri Lanka 60 for no loss.
It's been a brilliant partnership so far between these two. For Sri Lanka, 60 unbeaten runs. Most of it coming off the bat of Chamari Athapattu, who has 44 to her name, including 7 boundaries and a 6. It's definitely taken the aggressor's role. That flick on the leg side, like Damit mentioned, reminiscent of Sana Jayasuriya, I believe one of Chamari Athapattu's idols growing up as well. Took on the fast bowlers early in the innings. Then when it came to the spinners, wasn't afraid to go straight down the track, not trying to hit across the line. So she's played her cricket smartly so far.
Yes, Chamari Athapattu managed to put the New Zealand bowlers under a lot of pressure straight away. As in Carson will continue, the off spinner.
New Zealand obviously realised what the game plan for Sri Lanka is. See how the fielders are closing in on Vishmi Gunaratne, not allowing her to try and get off strike.
Now they need to break this partnership quickly, because the likes of Harshita Samaravikramani, Lakshya De Silva, both of them are in really good form. So if Chamari Athapattu and Vishmi Gunaratne can take them towards the 100-run mark, I think the others will definitely fancy their chances to take Sri Lanka over the line. So they need a wicket, and they need it very quickly, the White Ferns.
Bit of pressure being built by Eden Carson. Vishmi Gunaratne not showing like she has too many options right now to get off strike. Tried dropping it on the leg side. No chance there. She needs to get this strike to Athapattu, who's been in great form.
Now she needs to find the single and find that quickly. This is not good from Vishmi Gunaratne, because these dot balls will definitely put Chamari Athapattu under a lot of pressure. She's someone who likes to keep things moving, Chamari Athapattu, and these 5 dot balls in a row in this over.
Yeah, once again, if you can look at the bottom of your screens, you'll see last 18 deliveries. We've had 10 dot balls. Not ideal for Sri Lanka. Carson gets through her over pretty quickly. Sri Lanka 60 for no loss after 10.
The first wicket partnership, 60 of 60 deliveries between Chamari Athapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne. This is the first ODI on the New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. Here's Amelia Kerr. Single taken. Vishnu Gunaratne, she'll definitely need to think about her options a bit more, because so far it's only the straight drive or the little flick towards the leg side. And as you all know, the goal for the beautiful goal for this is a similar side. If you are watching a game, you're at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. There's always a crowd enjoying a good game of cricket over there.
Yeah, and if you're not too keen on sitting on the fort and watching the game, you can of course walk into the stadium. Entrance is free for these games, for all 6 games of this tour.
And that's another dot. Amelia Kerr, the straight delivery here, manages to take the quick single. This is what Vishnu Gunaratne has to do.
Yeah, that's good cricket all round. I think Amelia Kerr is also trying to make her play against the spin, but Gunaratne able to cover the line and just work it on the leg side.
Yes, Kerr against Athapattu. A flighted up delivery, driven down the ground, but straight towards the long fielder. A little fumble from Susie Bates.
If you noticed, Laksisi, on that occasion, there was a fumble, but Sri Lanka wasn't ready to take that too. Those are the little things, I think, which set Sri Lanka apart from teams like New Zealand. We saw how well they ran in that first innings. Every run was run hard, always expecting the possibility of making the single the 2. That occasion, Gunaratne not really putting any effort to that first run, thinking that it'll be cleanly collected, therefore not giving herself the chance to go back for the second.
Yeah, I think not being proactive is a problem that the Sri Lankan side has, and that has been a problem for them for quite a long time now. Because anytime we an appeal by Amelia Kerr, now coming back to that, and anytime we saw that last 18 balls graphic for New Zealand, we didn't show more than 4 or 5 dot balls at any given time. So that's the end of the 11th over. Sri Lanka 64 for the loss of no wickets. Sri Lanka, they need 108 more runs in 17 overs, required run rate of 6.35. So it's fair to say it's still under control. Sri Lanka, they have all of their 10 wickets remaining. Chamari Athapattu batting brilliantly, 46 of 39. Vishnu Gunaratne, not the best of knocks. She's on 15 of 27 deliveries. She must focus more on taking the singles and the 2s when it's available. And here's Tahuhu back into the attack. ST didn't have the best of her spells, so let's see whether she can make a difference here.
Yeah, Athapattu really went after her in that first spell, didn't she? She wanted to make an amends. I think there was a clear plan on that occasion. Hayley Jensen and Jessica missing from this ODI lineup for New Zealand, so they are lacking a bit of experience. Leah Tahuhu, their most experienced player, Athapattu out there to just try to take her apart, try to give Sri Lanka that edge.
Tahuhu, 2.1 overs, none for 16. Here's Tahuhu against the young Gunaratne, cuts it away for a single.
That was good from Vishnu Gunaratne, just finding the gap on the offside. Has struggled a bit with the offside play so far in this innings. Not on that occasion. Does probably help that Tahuhu is one of the quicker bowlers in the international scene, at the moment. Ball coming on to the bat a little better on this slow track.
Yes, against the spinners, Vishnu Gunaratne struggled to get the ball away. Used up 2 many dot deliveries. Chamari Athapattu against Tahuhu for the first time after the power play. So let's see what Chamari Athapattu is going to do here. They take the quick single. Very good from the two Sri Lankan openers. Well, this is good from Chamari Athapattu. She batted aggressively in the power play, and then she made sure to tone down the aggression and just take the singles after that.
Yeah, I'm sure she's come in with a plan in mind on how to go about this chase.
And this is Vishnu Gunaratne that's up in the air, but it will land safely. They get back for 2. This is good running from the pair.
Yeah, the first shot in anger from Vishnu Gunaratne, wasn't it? Tahuhu trying to mix things up, bowl a bit of that short stuff at Vishnu Gunaratne.
Probably identifying that Vishnu Gunaratne is under a little pressure at the moment because her strike rate is just 60. Cuts it away once again for a single.
This over, I think, has given Sri Lanka a little bit of momentum once again. Struggling to get the spinners off. Once there's a bit of pace on the ball, things have looked a lot easier for them.
The final delivery of the 12th over. Sri Lanka 69 for the loss of no wickets. Chamari Athapattu on 47. Here's Liha Tahuhu. Shorter delivery. Flicks it away for a single. So that's a good over for Sri Lanka. End of the 12th. Sri Lanka 70 for the loss of no wickets.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Thank you, ST and Laksasi. 70 for no loss in pursuit of 172. Tossed up over extra cover. 1-2 bounces into the fence. I've been joined by Michael Appleton, High Commissioner of New Zealand for Sri Lanka. Michael, these openers from Sri Lanka, they've come out with a bit of fire in their belly, haven't they?
Oh, it's been an almost perfect performance so far from the Sri Lankan openers, and they've put their side now in a extremely strong position. Only a sort of performance of self-destruction from the Sri Lankans from here might get in the way of their victory, but a very, very impressive performance from Shamira, 52 or 42.
Athapattu gets to another half century. There was some quality strike from either side of the wicket, on and off side. Amelia, again, what I like about her, she's not going to die wandering. Again, tossed up, asking the left-hander to drive against the turn.
I think what's been impressive about her innings is that with every single White Ferns bowler, whether pacer or spinner, very early in their spell, she has found a way to hit a boundary and really, put some doubt in the mind of the bowler. She really has just got boundary after boundary.
You can play that again, Sam. Same delivery, same shot. Yeah, you can see a bit of difference, Michael, comparing the two batting sides we've seen thus far. We saw New Zealand White Fern batters were hanging on the back foot more often. But you can see the Sri Lankan batters are pretty much lunging forward, looking to press forward, trying to play it before it spins.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that speaks to high degree of confidence the Sri Lankan batters have in these conditions and what what the ball might do if they play that kind of stroke. Whereas I think the White Ferns throughout their innings, even though they got a total at the very high end of what they were aiming for, it seemed they were sort of a bit unsure of what the surface might give them, and as a result, they were hanging back. Giving themselves more time to react to what the ball did.
Even that last delivery, wrong one from Amelia, but Ishmi Gunratna read it off the hand, waited for it on the back foot, single off the last delivery of the 13th. Sri Lanka going nicely. Oh, one more delivery. Yeah, Ishmi Gunratna, Michael, very similar to Amelia. Since her rapid elevation to international cricket at the age of 16, I mean, everyone knew potentially what she could do, but today she's showing some maturity. She's supporting the senior partner. Again, a wrong one. She picked it off the hand. Beautifully worked with her wrist towards the onside. I think the coaches will be very happy. We'll come back to her. 80 after 13. These are some of the shots from Adapattu. See how she lunges forward, hitting through the line. There were some brilliant quality strikes, equally on the offside. You are just about to see a drop kick on the leg side. That one. You cannot hit a cricket ball any cleaner than that.
It's on both sides of the field, but it's also against all different types of bowlers. I mean, this New Zealand bowling attack, they've tried 5 different bowlers so far, all slightly different. 3 really good spinners in there, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at the moment who's bowling to Atapattu. She is scoring well over a run a ball and is seemingly hitting boundaries with ease.
New Zealand skipper Sophie Devine has introduced herself into the attack. She's looking to break this partnership, and as quickly as possible. As we know, you need to bowl 20 overs to constitute a result. That could be a wide.
I mean, what the White Ferns have to remember is the other opening batter has not Ishmi has not scored quickly, and it could be that if they can get Shamira out, that the next batters to come might struggle to get started, and so really searching for this one wicket which might open up the match.
2 fielders on the leg side, slower delivery from Sophie. What we know is she's got loads of experience. Both Susie and Sophie making their debuts in 2006 back in there, but Michael, well, it's been donkey's years.
We shouldn't try and work out how old Amelia Kerr was when they when they made their debuts for New Zealand.
Again, just held her shot fractionally. Sophie hitting the ball into the pitch. I think this is a terrific contest. It has been one-way road between White Ferns and Sri Lankans over the years, and I believe there have been 15 matches and Sri Lanka yet to taste victory. Oh, got away with that one. I think it touched something, didn't it? It did. That's why it wasn't called a wide.
Yeah, but none of those games have been played in Sri Lanka, and so this is the first time the White Ferns have had to play a one-day game against Sri Lanka in Sri Lankan conditions, and that's proving challenging at the minute.
Short. There was length and width on offer. Vishmi just couldn't get her back foot across to get close to that one. Michael, since 3 balls left in this over, how long you been here as a High Commissioner, and Sri Lanka, New Zealand, along with Australia, for many years now? they're going hand in hand in many areas: sports, education, tourism. And how do you find it with difficult times in Sri Lanka, and what are your challenges?
Yeah, I've been here 2 years. I arrived mid-2021 in the middle of the COVID pandemic, and Sri Lanka was still undergoing lockdowns at that point, so I had a quarantine period here. And then, of course, obviously the economic crisis in Sri Lanka came soon after that. So definitely the first year or so of my time here was very unusual, and certainly not exactly what I expected. But, you know, the big focus for New Zealand now in Sri Lanka is to help Sri Lanka as it starts its process of trying to recover from the economic crisis and lift people who have been badly harmed by the economic crisis, you know, out of the situation they're in. So that's a big focus of ours at the moment.
3 dot balls to finish the 14th. 82 for no loss. Welcome back. As you can see, that's a summary. Sri Lankans are in pursuit of 172 to win this first ever ODI, women's ODI. We are in mid of July and kite season is just about to start, Michael, in Sri Lanka in August. And these two have flown out of the box really. 56 of 45, Atapattu, Vishmi Gunratna, showing some maturity. 21 of 39. 6 more overs needed to be bowled to constitute the result, as you can see from the background. Fading light here at goal. 5 bowlers being used. Amelia had the hard task of bowling at left-handed Atapattu. One of very rare bad days for her. She's been terrific for Mumbai Indians. I think her hand really helped them to win the title. Jonas, well, she'll have to re-bowl that. Michael, you're from Wellington, and you'd have been happy last week with the Crusaders lifting the silverware.
It's very kind of you to mention that. I always like talking about the sporting victories of other parts of New Zealand. But no, I think the New Zealanders are spoilt towards the end of this year with both a Cricket World Cup and a Rugby World Cup. Actually, the two of them will overlap to some extent, and I think the Rugby World Cup especially, it's important for New Zealand national morale that the All Blacks at least get close to taking it home.
Yeah, I think yesterday or day before I was looking at the All Blacks were 1-10 on to win the Rugby Championship, which starts in about next week. So as a Wellington man, you would have been disappointed that Stevenson missed out in the All Blacks. I thought he deserved a chance, but didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a terrific talent. If thought this year, I think even if the replacements come in the middle of the Test matches, I think he's also very similar to Amelia that we've seen. It's high talent, isn't he? But matters in hand. 84 for no loss.
Yeah, desperately seeking a wicket here. In very dire straits for the White Ferns, unless they can prize one of these openers out, and very soon.
The last 10 balls or so, there have been 8 dot balls. So that is what the White Ferns need. Putting up a little partnership from either side, bowling wise.
Yeah, the last over from Devine. Now this over, there's been a greater degree of control. The fielding's good, and possibly the Sri Lankan batters, as they get closer to this target, start to get slightly more nervous, and the boundary shots don't come as easily. They may look for a release shot, and that could be where a wicket comes from. We'll have to see.
Yeah, particularly Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yeah,
she's been a bit under pressure.
She seems a little bit besieged here. Really, she just needs to be dropping the ball to the onside and taking a single, getting her much more just like that, but she didn't quite hit it far enough away from the bowler.
Terrific over from Fran. 84 for no loss after 15 overs. Very interesting period of this game. This is where the experience comes into play. Sophie Devine marshalling her troops. She's making the changes. What she has done in the last 20 minutes or so, Michael, that she's been changing the bowlers like after one over spells, sort of.
Yeah.
She's not giving the batters to get used to one particular bowler for a long time.
Yeah, and Adapadu hasn't had much of the strike, so the one batter who's struggling to, even get consistent singles has sort of been tying up too much of the, too many of the deliveries. So, but this strategy from the White Ferns requires every single of the one over bowlers to be bowling with control, and that's what we'll have to see whether that's possible.
That bit of swing, brilliantly played by Adapatu. She loves that area. Half volleys around that off stump, middle stump. Because the uncanny ability that she possesses to go through the line. She's got brilliant bat speed, Michael. Your bat speed allows you to... your loose hands allows you to have bat speed. And when you have bat speed, you improve most of the angles in 360 degrees. But she's particularly very strong around that V, along the V that we call it those days.
What's impressive, she's hitting her boundaries everywhere, so it's very, very hard for the White Ferns captain to defend against her.
Very good batting. That is one area that she can improve as a batter. Can be very efficient and effective.
She injured herself or got cramp maybe.
Kiwis won't be... she'll be very happy with that if she's restricted in some area.
Not at all, I'm very worried about her.
A boundary in the early part of the over and a single followed up the second ball. So 5 off the first 2. This is where Vishmi Gunaratne will have to think about her game. Need to bring her skipper back on strike. drives firmly to mid-on. Yeah, she hasn't been able to rotate the strike as she has half an hour ago, really.
Yeah, but with the required run rate only at 6.6, probably doesn't matter too much. But if it starts going up 7.5, they'll start to worry about it. And also with the weather, the problem is if they lose a wicket, that the DLS target score will be higher.
Just had enough legs to avoid that fielder at mid-off. Well, Atapattu is back for the second, so that means her legs is fine.
But that's a good example that she's not quite timing it as well as her partner, and that if it had hit the bat slightly differently, could easily have been caught at mid-off there. She was lucky. She was lucky to survive with her wicket off that ball.
Very productive over this. Tucks it behind. I don't think Sri Lankan women's team have been in a position to go that extra mile and beat a top nation like New Zealand for a very long time. Atapattu is one batter that who have scored against top nations, like she's got couple of hundreds against Aussies, and but this is a telling performance, and if the Sri Lankans can get up in this first game, that'll set the cats among the pigeons for the rest of the series, really. Again, it stays hit, but there is a fielder. Unusual position though, but well placed.
You're allowed to believe, You're allowed to believe it's going to happen.
This is Sri Lanka's highest first wicket partnership against New Zealand. 93 for no loss after 16.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
There's the comparison. Sri Lankans are 10 runs ahead, plus couple of wickets. But everyone is very much interested in whether we can constitute a result. If they can get another 4 overs in, that would be enough. And for the people who are watching from your couches at home, Sri Lankans need 106 without losing a wicket after the 20th over.
And what if they lose 1 wicket? How many do they need then?
107.
Okay.
If it's 2, 109. If it's 3, 111.
Okay, so it doesn't change it very much.
Decent figures, 3 overs, 12 runs. Oh, there she goes. Gets under that one. That has gone and gone and gone. Cleared the boundary by about at least 15 yards with the wind towards that cow corner. Atapattu, we mentioned about her bat speed, Michael. When she hits, it stays hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the most impressive of her boundary shots. She's done almost exactly that a few times, and she looks just in complete control now.
Yeah, I think they are well inside the required rate or the target. That's a wide one. It's smart bowling. Straight after that 6, the next 2 deliveries have been near that blue tram lines on the offside and pitched up too. Atapattu had a go at it. Lucky for her. Yeah, I think that was a fair call. That was a good ball.
Yeah, very cool.
Just a one this time, and that will take Sri Lanka to triple figures, 100 for no loss. Who'd have thought this?
Yeah, I mean, when you're chasing 172 in a one-day match and you get to 100 without loss, you're going to win 99 times out of 100. And we've said this a few times, but unless this opening partnership is broken very soon, the horse will have bolted and Sri Lanka will be at victory's door.
Atapattu knew exactly what she was doing then. Oh, a bit sloppy. This is something that you normally will not see from White Ferns. They pretty much like to set very high standards. That couple will take Sri Lankan total to 102. And we are going to see some fabulous shots. It truly has been a magnificent partnership. 102 of 102. Katapattu's contribution 70. Gunaratna has contributed 26. So just a one over for Hannah. Eight runs came off that one. It's going to be... There's Vanessa De Silva, captain Sri Lankan women's team herself. Now got the match referee shoes on. This is a good move. I think Sophie is desperate to break this partnership. She has brought her off spinner on against Chamari.
Yeah, and of the White Ferns bowlers so far, she has shown the greatest degree of control, the ability to not concede the boundaries. Just needs to try and induce a false stroke here. I mean, the context of a chase where your opposing side scoring at a run of ball, if you've bowled almost 3.5 overs, none for 11, you're doing something right. But the White Ferns needed to take a wicket.
Yeah, as far as the overall result is concerned, still it's game on really. 69 off, just under 11 overs. But the question is whether we are going to go that far really. Single.
It is looking gloomy out there, isn't it? Need some of these clouds to to move away.
With that single, Sri Lankans are one short of required target at the end of the 20th over. We still got 14 deliveries to go. Just back down the line. Now it's been a great contest, Michael. I think this is going to be a great series overall, ODIs as well as the T20s back in Colombo. So I'm sure you're going to pop in and witness few matches.
I'll try to. What do you think the Sri Lankan strategy is going to be here? Do you think they're going to try and finish the game off quickly, get well ahead of their rate? Or do you think it seems like they've been content to just leave the required run rate at somewhere between 6 and 7 and just keep going at that rate, not worry too much about killing the game off quickly?
Yeah, I think they'll play by every over. Now that they know that they're ahead of the target, so first thing they will try to achieve is by 20 overs. So if they start belting the ball around, that will take a bit more time. So you try and prod a few, try and get to the 20 overs, you are in front, take it from there.
That makes sense.
Thank you, Michael. and appreciate your time with us. There will be a change in the commentary. It's going to be Estelle and Haritha Perera.
Thanks.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Record partnership for the first wicket. The previous best for the Sri Lanka ladies against the New Zealand ladies was 54 8 years ago. Chamari Athapattu was then involved with Prasadani Veerakodi, and now with Vishmi Gunaratne, career best 29 for her too.
Yeah, she's been carried along by Chamari Athapattu, hasn't she? Athapattu taking all that pressure onto her shoulders, going after the bowlers, allowing the youngster to just take her time out in the middle, get herself in.
Yeah, now you have to play smart now. Athapattu is experienced enough to do that. I'm sure Rumesh Ratnayaka, the head coach of the Sri Lanka women's team, and with Malinda Varnapura, the batting coach, the crowd has improved a little bit. Actually, more people should come and watch this cricket. Oh, that's well played. Beautifully played. Long chase. All in vain.
That's her first boundary of this innings, I believe. Great shot by Vishmi Gunaratne, just finding the middle of the bat on that occasion. Sri Lanka will need that support from her coming on the other end. Athapattu has been excellent.
Miliaka gave a little bit more. Yeah, she saw it early. Relatively, she's a tall lass by Sri Lankan standards, and she's powerfully built. She's confident now. See her stance, legs well spread out.
Just on how Sri Lanka are going to play this. Athapattu did receive some treatment at the end of the previous over. I'm sure there would have been a small message in there as well about the DLS power score.
Well in front at the moment. I like the way she's building up right now under instructions from her captain, who is very experienced. I only hope that Athapattu would not give it away. Sometimes she would be just going too far, too quickly. She's played the stellar role up to now.
I think Sophie Devine, Susie Bates both have played alongside Athapattu as well at various franchise tournaments, so they will know that they're still in with a chance. They can dismiss Athapattu, they can put the rest of the batters under some pressure. Having said that, it's the end of the 19th over. Sri Lanka 113 for no loss.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
There it is. That's a fantastic statistics for women's cricket in Sri Lanka. New Zealand's head coach Ben Sawyer, the assistant coach for bowling Craig Howard, and Sriram Krishnamurthy, the tour coach, who's helping Dean Browley, the batting coach, will be a little bit concerned. I was having a chat with Eddie Bramley, the media personnel with the New Zealand ladies on this tour. Very sporty gesture. They want to get through the overs quickly. Oh. Did she drop it?
That's a big opportunity gone, a begging.
I didn't think Athapattu was going flat out to get to the crease. Take a look at this. It wasn't a late start, that was a quick pickup. And yes, Bernadine.
As I mentioned before, Athapattu did receive some treatment a couple of overs ago. Wonder if she's carrying a bit of a niggle. Certainly didn't look like she was up for that run.
Few misses on the field under pressure. Tahuhu on that occasion conceding the run. Some interesting situations brewing up. That was regulation. Body behind the ball, but couldn't field it cleanly. Eden Carson, beautifully played by Vishmi Gunratna. It's downhill, 4.
Now she's coming into her own. Couple of boundaries to her name now.
She's more than doubled her previous best of 17.
Sri Lanka inching towards that first ever win against New Zealand. Still some ways to go. 53 of 50 required.
It's getting dark. Clouds are gathering. It's being blown away. 119 without loss. Oh. The wicket keeper's miss. Will be at least a couple. Extras. It's a productive over. Eden Carson is the bowler. Ooh. Switch hit.
Yeah, just as we saw earlier in the over, a few little mistakes creeping in to the New Zealand field.
After 20 overs, New Zealand women were 106 for 4. So Sri Lanka women in front at the moment. Maintained run rate is just above 6. Required run rate is over 6. End of 20 overs. Sri Lanka women 121 without loss.
.51 runs required in 48 deliveries. Clouds still around the Galle International Cricket Stadium.
Huge interest in this game. Amelia Kerr, she's been expensive. 4 overs for 30. Athapattu on 74. She's batted very well. Full toss. Didn't make full use of it. Usually a fit Athapattu would have banged it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. Could have hit it anywhere on the leg side. Just didn't get the middle of the bat on that occasion. A rare loose delivery from Amelia Kerr, who's been good so far. Gone for a bit of runs.
Top scorer in the New Zealand women's innings. Amelia Kerr. Oh, it's a wide and she's stumped out or what? Stays aground by Dissanayaka. Walking out. Went a long way, Vishmi Gunratna. Bernadine. The wicket keeper. Gunaratne not out on 39. Beautifully bowled once again. Take a look at giving it a lot of air down the track. Oh, lost it.
That's a really good call from the umpire.
Oh, he's an experienced one, Gamli Sanaka. Oh.
Third umpire, of course, not available for this game, for this series. We did see Amelia Kerr requesting if they can refer it.
Got it into gap once again. Good hit, at least a couple. Good effort to save the boundary. Gunaratne hitting the ball with a lot of power. Brooke Halliday doing the good work. Ooh. Stump once again. She's very lucky. Gunaratne. Again, she's playing with a lot more confidence and reassurance.
Yeah,
good support role for her captain at the moment.
Yeah, I think you used the right word there, confidence. It's amazing to see how much she's grown throughout this innings. Was finding it really difficult to get off strike at one point, but since she got through that, and I think she has Chamari Athapaththu to thank for that. She's been able to find the boundary a couple of times and get into her groove now.
Yeah, when Athapaththu is there, all kinds of things can happen at the other end. Is exactly what she's doing. She's not throwing it away on the part of the Sri Lanka women's captain. 127 without loss after 21 overs. We are live from this Galle International Cricket Stadium on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, the Papare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, Dialog Television Channel 126, Dialog View app. The first one-day international between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women, part of the ICC Women's Championship. Sri Lanka, an unlikely 127 without loss, chasing 171 for victory.
Susie Bates into the attack for the first time today. To roll her arm over with a bit of off spin. It's a medium pacer early on in her career, but seems to have switched over in the last year or so.
Almost 6.5 runs still required per over. One good over could make a huge difference from now on. Just 7 overs remaining. 4 for 7, 75 wickets. She can bowl.
Yeah, one of the great all-rounders that New Zealand has produced alongside Sophie Devine. Shot by Chamari Athapaththu. It's going down the hill. Stopped.
You can see that she's very gingerly as far as running between wickets. She has to be there till the end. She could make the difference. Whatever the outcome, this has been a great showing by the local team against a top-ranked team in the world. Sri Lanka cricket will be very happy how these young girls have been performing. I'm sure Hemanta Devapriya, who is part of the selection panel, will be very happy with what they've seen so far, especially with their batting.
Yeah, they would have been determined coming into this series after those two washouts against Bangladesh. Important points in the ICC Women's Championship they missed out on.
You know, Vishmi Gunaratna is batting with a lot of purpose. Is all these small changeovers, rotating the strike that could make the difference this late in the batting order. Yeah. Ball is under pressure. 10th extra. Sizable. 8 wide, so that's 8 extra deliveries. Oh yes, dropped it short. It's massive. The third maximum for the Sri Lanka women's captain.
Hitting with the wind. Athapattu absolutely nailed that shot by Susie Bates.
Somebody said about a kite season. 30 days too early, Gamini. Take a look at this. Dropped it short. She was half expecting it. Beautiful stroke, balanced and hammered away over mid-wicket. 3-6 in addition to the 9-4s. Oh, she's playing a gem of an inning. Put Susie Bates under pressure in that very first over. Thankfully, despite the roll of low dark clouds, the light has been manageable out in the middle. The umpires have done a good job, Gamni Sarnaika and Nimali Pereira.
Tahuhu back into the attack has been expensive so far, particularly as she was taken to the attack too by Chamari Athapattu early in her spell. Her first 2 overs going for plenty of runs.
She was still expensive in that third over. She bowled from the pavilion end. Brought back once again from the fort end.
You get the feeling it's the pace that she offers, isn't it? Spinners have been difficult to get away. Pace bowlers a lot easier with the ball coming on to the bat.
Vishmi Gunaratna approaching her maiden one-day international half-century. If she gets there, it will be a great asset to her career. Oh yes, over the top, beautiful shot, chip shot. She's playing like a champion now.
Yeah, little fist bump from Chamari Athapattu. She'll be thrilled with how Vishmi's gone so far in this innings. Slow to start off, but in the last couple of overs, just finding her feet. It's a nice shot over the top of the infield. No chance for any of the fielders.
When you have to go at 6 runs and over and you get a boundary of the second ball of the over, you put the bowler under pressure. She's batting well out of her crease at the moment.
This is also now Sri Lanka's highest ever first wicket partnership in women's ODIs. The previous best between Indika Kankanange and Vasanthi Ratnayaka, which stood at 143.
When was that? I mean, you're looking at something like 20 years or so?
Yeah, exactly. 2002.
Oh. Yeah, our Papare team giving all kinds of statistics. Thank you very much. What happened to Vishmi? Yeah, they've been out on the field, both of them, for the entire duration of the match. Looking to hit it. Oh, instep. That's where you don't have that much of protection.
Physio coming out. Sri Lanka for the first time in this game have brought the equation down to less than 6 runs and over. 30 of 32, but they'll want Vishmi to stay in there. She's looked good in the last couple of overs. Wouldn't want anything serious to have happened.
She may have hit only 3 fours in her stay out over 68 deliveries. Same number of balls faced by her captain, who is not out on 85. But this 47 is very important. There was no questions about her ability, her skill. It's just that her execution had not been that good in the last few matches, but she's come up very well in this partnership so far. Captain started off with a bang.
Yeah, Athapattu went after Liata who early in the innings, did all the scoring.
Tremendous exhibition of power hitting, Chamari Athapattu. We all know what she can do. The best women's batter that Sri Lanka has produced by far.
I think what's good about her innings is that she's tried to go over the top straight behind the bowler. Hasn't tried to cross-pat the ball too much unless it's been short.
Good thing is she's played to her strength. She's very good when it's dropped very short without trying to improvise. She's not tried to hit the switch hit or something like that. She's played the bowling on merit. Made use of the loose deliveries.
Yeah, looks like Vishmi Gunaratne is back on her feet. Here's a summary of the game so far. New Zealand winning the toss, 170 for 5. They would have been happy with that effort. Slow pitch on offer. Sri Lanka have done excellently. 142 for no loss, 22.4 overs, 30 runs in the next 32 balls. If they can do it, it'll be their first ever win against the New Zealand women in any format of international cricket.
There were 2 half-century partnerships in the New Zealand women's innings. But it has been improved by this massive record 142 run partnership up to now by these two. We've been live from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Oh, skipper.
Good delivery to end that over. Liata Huhu going for the short one. Gunaratne missing out. The end of 23 overs. Sri Lanka sitting pretty on 142 for no loss.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Sri Lanka 142 for the loss of no wickets at the moment. After 23 overs, they need 30 runs from 30 deliveries. What a partnership it has been between Chamari Athapattu and Vishmi Gunaratne. This is Chamari Athapattu straight towards the fielder. They have equalled a 21-year-old record, Gamini, the highest ever partnership for the first wicket in Sri Lanka women's cricket history. Just 1 run away from breaking that record. Eden Kazan, the off spinner, against Vishmi Gunaratne, who's on 47. Paddles it away for a single.
Yeah, at this point, Lakshya, the Sri Lankan batters, they don't need to do too much. It's the equation is just around run a ball. So, although Chamari will be eyeing the 3-figure mark from one eye and also to get across that line. Too full to drop kick that one on the leg side. when you have these close games, when you're a set batter, you always look to have 1 over spare without taking it to the last over. I think Athapattu will be thinking the same. Oh, that's been hit powerfully. I think Eden was lucky not to get a hand to that one. Otherwise, that would have gone with her hand. That's how powerfully that was hit.
Yes, Chamari Athapattu absolutely muscled it down the ground. She goes into the 90s with that as well. In Kazan did well to keep her hands out of that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's only about 5 yards from that long off field.
This is Sri Lanka's highest partnership for the first wicket in women's ODIs.
Yeah, one of the features of Athapattu's innings today, Laksisi, her ability to hit it through the line. And the wicket suits her as well. I think from that drizzle, the wicket got quicker a little bit. Started to skid on a touch. It was too full and adjusted with her bottom hand all along the ground.
End of the 24th over, Sri Lanka 149.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Sri Lanka women need 23 more runs in 24 deliveries. Required run rate below 6 now. What this did really well was Gamini that they never let that required run rate go over 6.5. They were always there and thereabout. That's what these two did really well. Skipper Chamari Athapattu scoring the needed boundaries whenever the rate was going up. As Amelia Kerr, that's a great delivery.
Yeah, Athapattu didn't pick that wrong one. Coming round the wicket, angle towards the left-hander's pads, and leaves the outside edge after he pitched. Magnificent delivery. Drift, turn, bounce. That's been hit, going and gone.
The 150 is up for Sri Lanka. Chamari Athapattu moves to 97. And now this is also the highest partnership ever for any wicket in Sri Lanka women's cricket history. The previous record was held by Chamari Athapattu and Harshita Madhavi. Partnership of 152 for the third wicket against Pakistan. Cut away this time by Chamari Athapattu. Only a single. Sri Lanka, they need 16 more from 21.
It's a cruel game, this cricket. Amelia coming from a very successful WPL in India, highest wicket taker, and suddenly you have a bad day, and certainly those figures are not what she wanted this morning when she woke up. 5.3 overs, none for 43. She's a very penetrative bowler normally, picks up wickets at regular intervals.
As Amelia Kerr against Gunaratne flies it up. Driven away by Vishnu Gunaratne for a single. I mean, even earlier we talked about this, Gamini, that how Chamari Athapattu handles Amelia Kerr will most probably seal the fate of this game. And that's exactly what has happened. Here's Chamari Athapattu on 98 after facing 76 deliveries, 4 sixes and 10 fours. Athapattu flicks it away. Moves to 99 with that.
Yeah, interestingly, Sophie Devine, the press conference, I mentioned Athapattu's ability and the threats that she possesses. And good to see the Sri Lankan skipper leading from the front. And this is going to be a great series. It's amazing how some of these teams grow another extra leg when they play at home.
Indeed, Gamini, these two batters, they have looked really good, and that's a 50 for the youngster Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yeah, I think she has been going under the radar because the skipper is going at haywire here. But that is as good as an innings you will see from a 17-year-old Vishmi Gunaratne. Take about her maiden 50, and suddenly she's scored of 73 deliveries. That is even better because she was going around 50% strike rate. But the last few deliveries she has faced, the situation causes her to take few risks, and she has got the reward she wanted. That's magnificent effort from her.
Yes, earlier she struggled to take the singles and the twos, played out too many dot balls. But then as she settled down, she managed to keep the scoreboard moving. Here's Vishmi Gunaratne, her maiden 50 in ODIs. This was probably the shot of the evening for her.
Yeah, I think that was only about the only shot that she was looking to go up in there. Again, the spinner, she was looking to play through the line. That was a super drop kick. She deserved that. Well, she'll remember that for the rest of her life.
Yes, Vishmi. And this is Vishmi Gunaratne. Will this be taken? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, Vishmi Gunaratne departs after making her main 50. Sophie Devine takes the first wicket.
Well, I just mentioned that her preferred method was to go along the ground, but this time she scooped it. We have not seen the fielder down there. That's a good catch. Not the easiest time to take a high catch this time of the evening.
A very well played knock comes to an end. The 17-year-old Vishmi Gunaratne departs for 50. She managed to renew the highest partnership ever for Sri Lanka in women's ODIs. Along with her skipper, 50 of her 74 deliveries. Brooke took a very good catch to make sure that Vishmi departed.
That's a beautiful building of the Galle Cricket Club. One of the oldest. I think Haridapura mentioned it's the 4th oldest club in Sri Lanka. Beautiful place. I've been there a few times, particularly after 8 o'clock at night. Good place to be.
Yes, Harshita Samaravikrama, 20 games, 464 runs, average of 24, strike rate over 60. Begins her account straight away, Harshita Samaravikrama. Sri Lanka, with that first wicket partnership, they broke 2 records, Gamini. And something that we talked a lot about today was that Sri Lanka has faced New Zealand 10 times before this, and they have not won at least a single game. So will this be that first win for Sri Lanka against the White Ferns?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned just a moment ago, this kind of victories will take you a very long way, and it can improve 50% overnight. And you start to believe in your ability. Attempted short delivery from Sophie to a counterpart. Good to see that the White Fern still finds a way to enjoy the game.
Well, if Sri Lanka can get over the line, it will be a very good sign for Sri Lanka's future in this format. We all know what Chamari Athapattu can do, but we saw Vishmi Gunaratne playing her heart out, supporting her skipper. Yes, Sophie Devine goes for the quick single, and that will be the century for the Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Athapattu. A century of 79 deliveries. Look at the celebration from her dugout.
Yeah, there she says, that's my name, the back of the t-shirt. That's the 700. And what a magnificent innings. I think she'll probably put that right up there in her list as well. Just under that Australia 100 she got. 180 odd. But this is something special. And have a look at that. 126 the strike rate. 4 maximums, 10 fours. Even when she got the 50, she showed her stomach, and out of the 100, she must be sending a message to someone.
So Sri Lanka, they need 11 more runs in 14 deliveries. 9 wickets in hand. Harshita Samaravikrama just faced one delivery. Flicked away by Harshita Samaravikrama. One more run added.
Yeah, 10 off 13. Sri Lanka in the driving seat, but it's not over until it's over. So funny things have happened in cricket. Atapattu probably will be looking to relax at this point after getting 100, or trying to finish it too quickly, and that's all but the White Ferns need at the moment.
Yeah, just as you said, Gamini, a loose stroke from the Sri Lankan skipper. End of the 26th over, Sri Lanka, they need 10 more runs in the final 2 overs.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Here's the equation. Sri Lanka, they need 10 more runs in 12 deliveries.
And also, I think even the people who have turned up to watch this game, they were pretty lucky that the weather was good enough to finish this game, and what a game it has been so far.
Here's Fran Jonas, the youngster. This is Harshita Samaravikrama.
Nearly did the hard work. Caught the fingers underneath the delivery, but just didn't have the ability to slide across. Once those hands hit the ground, the ball popped out of her hands.
Hannah Rowe.
This is a required skill these days, Laksisi. See how she gets. There you are. She just had to slide across.
Very nearly caught that Hannah Rowe. Here's Fran Jonas once again. Here's Chamari Atapattu. Only a single.
I'll tell you what. Mark my words. That deep extra cover field, she's pretty straight. You're going to see that field every time when Chamari Atapattu comes to bat from this game onwards. For the rest of this series.
8 more runs needed. 10 deliveries to go. Harshita Samaravikrama. And that's another dropped opportunity. The White Ferns really making a mess of it.
This time the skipper. It's a horrible feeling, really. Not to do with you're not switched on. You don't find that from White Ferns very often. That one, well, one bounce. It's all happening here.
7 of 8. Sri Lanka, they must not panic. They have 9 wickets remaining. They still have their skipper on the crease. Just 2 strokes away, really, from registering this win. Goes down the ground, Chamari Atapattu, and that will be a maximum. The scores are leveled with 7 deliveries to go with that 6.
Yeah, she's one of the very few players in the Sri Lankan lineup who has the ability to clear the boundary. And that was, by any means, wasn't a bad ball at all. She had to bend her back leg to get close to the ball and flat batted straight across. There you are. You have to have good hands to do something like that.
Yeah, that was brilliant from Chamari Atapattu. And I think even Chamari Atapattu was a bit confused. The target was revised, so Sri Lanka's target was added with 1 more run. So the target is 172. Not 171, although the White Ferns scored 170 in their 28 overs. So Sri Lanka, they need 1 more run. 7 deliveries to go. Chamari Atapattu, 107. Fran Jonas to bowl the final delivery of the penultimate over. That's driven away, and that is the first ever win for Sri Lanka against the White Ferns in the ODI format. A brilliant win for Sri Lanka women, led by their skipper, who led the charge with an unbeaten 108, and well supported by the youngster, the 17-year-old Vishmi Gunaratne. After 10 failed attempts, Sri Lanka, they have managed to beat the White Ferns on the 11th attempt. A historical day for Sri Lanka women's cricket.
Yeah, it's a great effort. Magnificent day for Sri Lanka cricket. And even better for Chamari Atapattu. 111 of 83 deliveries. Won by 9 wickets. One more run added, Laksisi, because there was a stoppage in the middle of the innings, and that's why there was a revised target. But what a victory for Sri Lanka. Like you said, 16th attempt, or 11th, sorry. 11th attempt. And someone has to put their hand up and come up with an innings like that, and then she did.
And best of all, Gamini, Sri Lanka got much needed points in that ICC Women's ODI Championship standings. Sri Lanka needed these points very badly, and they managed to get those points with this win. And best of all, now they have a chance to win this series as well. They are 1-0 up in this series after the first game.
Yeah, what you do not forget is that you get 2 points. You move up the ladder. It's all vital points. At one point in time, the weather was going to take it away from both teams, but yeah, it has been a terrific game. Credit to New Zealand as well. The game was running away from them, but they still moving swiftly, and there you are, skipper. Thanks to you, we'll remember this day.
The 27th of June 2023, the first day that Sri Lanka managed to beat New Zealand in women's ODI cricket. This will be a special day for Sri Lanka. The best thing is, Gami, that they won by 9 wickets. It's actually a convincing win when we actually think about it. The opening partnership was brilliant. They broke 2 records, the highest opening partnership and the highest partnership for any wicket in Sri Lanka women's ODI history. And then Chamari Atapattu also became just the 11th batter in women's cricket to score 7 centuries in the 50-over format. So that's very special. You can see the Sri Lankan coach having a chat with the skipper, appreciating what she did for the team today, putting her hand up when the team needed her the most. Well, it's all smiles, the Sri Lankan dugout.
Yeah, it's been long time drinks for the Sri Lankan side. Now, when you have tried to beat one nation for such a long time, and then not a lot of games also in between. Now they, after a very long time, Sri Lanka traveled to New Zealand, and it was pretty much one-sided most of the games, wasn't it? And but they came back home, got themselves prepared to face the same opposition, and came out better.
The Sri Lankan
Chamari
batting
Atapattu, 111 of 83. That is one of those innings that you'll ever see. 50 of 74 for Vishmi Gunaratne, not too shabby at all. Don't forget that. Her hand allowed Chamari Atapattu to continue the way she did. And Harshita just came and put the icing on the cake, just 4 of 5. New Zealand, I think, will be very disappointed. Not only the way they got beaten, the way they bowled and fielded in general, Laksisi. Normally they are a very good fielding side, and they are pretty much able to back their bowlers most of the time. I think there were a few fumbles, there were missed run-outs, there was missed stumping. So, they'll go back to the drawing boards, and plenty of cricket to be played in this series. 2 more ODIs and 3 more T20s. So I think this victory will give a lot of confidence to the Sri Lankan players to play the rest of the series.
Yes, indeed, Gamini. What the Sri Lankan batters did really well was they didn't let the likes of Liata, who Amelia Kerr to settle on this surface. They managed to attack them and attack them very well and attack them effectively. That's what the Sri Lankan openers did, and that just carried on. That gave Sri Lankans the momentum, and that's what helped them to ease forward to this target. So just 3 names to show and on that scorecard for Sri Lanka, and those 3 got the job done for Sri Lanka. With 1 over to spare, Sri Lanka reached home and they won this game by 9 wickets. They lead the series 1-0.
New Zealand tried everything. 7 bowlers were used. Hannah and Susie, 1 over each. But most of the bowlers created some chances, but fielders didn't back them really. Sophie, 4 overs, 20 for 1. But I thought Eden bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 27. Although she didn't pick up a wicket, I thought she was the pick of the bowlers.
And just 10 extras from the White Ferns, 8 wides and 2 byes. These are the highlights from the Sri Lankan innings. Skipper Chamari Athapattu, as you mentioned earlier, took apart Liatahuhu early in the power play. That gave Sri Lanka a lot of momentum. The early parts of that partnership was absolutely brilliant. Vishnu Gunaratne, she just scored the singles, made sure the scoreboard kept ticking. She struggled a bit in the early stages of her innings, but she made sure to correct the mistakes that she did, and she supported her skipper brilliantly. Against the spinners, Chamari Athapattu, she batted straight and she played all the straight shots as much as possible. That's what she did really well against, especially against Amelia Kerr. And even against the pace bowlers, Gamini, she made sure she managed to drive the ball down the ground, and there were some big hits involved as well. And Vishnu Gunaratne found the gaps to perfection whenever the loose ball was on offer. This was another gigantic hit from the skipper Athapattu. This was Vishnu Gunaratne. Scored a maiden 50, a day she will remember for a very long time. So yeah, said so many times, Chamari Athapattu, she was very good down the ground. This was the only wicket to fall. Vishnu Gunaratne trying to go for a little paddle sweep. And then Chamari Athapattu scored her 7th century, just the 11th batter to do this in the history of women's ODI cricket. Ashida Samaravikrama had some close calls in that 27th over, but dropped twice. Then Chamari Athapattu managed to finish it off in style with that 6 and that final single. So Sri Lanka cruised to a 9-wicket win against the White Ferns. So here's the match summary. New Zealand, they won the toss and decided to bat first. And this was a rain-affected game, so the game had only 28 overs per side. New Zealand in their 28 overs made 170 after losing 5 wickets. Amelia Kerr top scored with 40. And for Sri Lanka, Kavisha took 1 wicket and Sugandhika Kumari took 1 wicket for 28, and Inoguranavira also took a 1 wicket for 41 runs. And for Sri Lanka, Chamari Athapattu top scored with an unbeaten 111 of 83 deliveries. Vishnu Gunaratne made 50 of 74, and they managed to chase it down in 27 overs with 6 deliveries to spare and 9 wickets in hand. And Sophie Devine, the only wicket taker for her team, taking 1 wicket for 20. So Sri Lanka, they won this first ODI against the White Ferns by 9 wickets to take the early lead in the series. And this is something we mentioned so many times from the beginning of this game, and finally Sri Lanka have managed to beat the White Ferns in an ODI. After 11 games, Sri Lanka, they have 1 win, and New Zealand, they have 10 wins. So after 10 failed attempts, Sri Lanka have managed to finally get the act right on the 11th attempt to beat the White Ferns. So we'll go for a very short commercial break, and on the other side we will be back with the final presentation of this first ODI.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the first ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium, where the Sri Lankan women managed to cruise towards a 9-wicket victory against the White Ferns, their first ever win against the team in their history. So now it's time to join with Damit Veerasinghe, who's at the presentation for the first ODI.
We're all set for the post-match presentation of this first ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. Sri Lanka recorded a historic 9-wicket win here in Galle. I have the consultant for women's cricket development and operations for Sri Lanka cricket, Mr. Manuja Karyaperuma, to give away the Player of the Match award for her brilliant 108 not out, Chamari Athapattu, Sri Lanka captain. Chamari, we would like to know how you feel right now. After that knock, how do you feel as the captain and as a batter who got a brilliant century?
I'm feeling good and I'm really happy about my performance and my team performance. Especially I can mention Vishmi Gunaratne, she's batting really good. We built good partnership and our bowling department doing their best today. So I'm really happy about my team performance.
When you all had to chase down 172 runs, what was the discussion in between the two innings?
We planned a few things and we planned for power play. Score more runs in power play overs and stick with our plans. After the power play, we try to play doubles and singles. So we rotate the strike and we play our potential and we stick with our plans and we play in good positive cricket.
Sri Lanka now 1-0 up in the series. What is this win mean to Sri Lanka women's cricket?
I think this win is really good for Sri Lanka women's cricket. I think after 23 years we won against New Zealand, so that's really good. But the result is going for the history. So next day another game, new environment and new conditions. So we have to stick with our plans for next game. We don't want to think more in today's game. We focus on tomorrow and next game.
Thank you very much, Chamari. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
That's Chamari Athapattu, the player of the match from this first ODI. That's it from the post-match presentation.
So that was Chamari Athapattu, the Sri Lankan skipper, who led them towards the victory with an unbeaten 111 of 83 deliveries. Sri Lanka won this game by 9 wickets to take the early lead in this 3-match series and to register much needed points in the ICC Women's Championship. New Zealand batted first after winning the toss, made 170 after losing 5 wickets. This was a rain-affected game, so both the teams had only 28 overs. And Sri Lanka, in reply, managed to chase this down in 27 overs. Vishmi Gunaratne also scored her maiden half century. This is also the first ever win for Sri Lanka in their history against the White Ferns after 10 attempts earlier, which they failed. So once again, this is the updated tally. Today morning it was New Zealand 10 and Sri Lanka nothing, but today the Sri Lankans managed to turn this around to register their first ever win against the New Zealand women's team. So now it's Sri Lanka 1 and New Zealand 10, and hopefully Sri Lanka can increase this tally when this series ends to register a series win as well. These are the fixtures of this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. The first game ended today with Sri Lanka winning by 9 wickets, and the second game will take place on the 30th here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium, and on the same venue the third one will take place on the 3rd of July. Then we move to Colombo for the T20 series at the Pisara Oval, with the games taking place on the 8th, 10th and 12th of July. So coming up next, the second encounter between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women, the second ODI of the 3-match series on the 30th of June at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. The live broadcast will begin at 9:45 a.m. So make sure to join with us through Dialog TV Channel number 126, the Papare.com, Dialog View app and Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel. So thank you very much for joining with us from all around the globe today for this first ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. Make sure to stay tuned to www.thepapare.com and all their social media sites for the latest updates and the latest news from this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. So until the 30th of June, make sure to have a very good night.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.